Gordon, your team
I
has
told
to
him I
go.
put 10K. You can control
Bet
it.
100 inside fold.
I know. Those are the fun ones. I mean, to win 10K, sure.
That's good, thank you. Rattle. Live
It has
tap.
to be small enough that I think we're like, I'm not.
Justin,
Huh?
your team has to go.
Yeah, it is.
Lifetime. Hold. Hold. Hold.
That's my 100% detail.
Hello and welcome, everybody. It's TCH Live Thursday. That means it's 2-5 time. And we're starting off with a bomb pot here. It's your boy, Aaron McAvoy, here in the booth. And with me again, we've got the man, the myth, the legend, the god on. It's Gordon Granger himself. What is going on, my friend?
What's going on, Aaron? It's good to be back.
Heck yes. I am glad to have had you in here. So last time we had a little bit of a mix-up. Ended up having Preston in the booth with me the whole time, which was great. Preston's a great dude, had a good time. But really wish that we would have been able to work out the deal that we had, which was like half Preston, half Gordon in the booth and on the felt. And that would have been a lot of fun to sort of watch you play and get you in there. But as it stands, had a really good time with Preston and glad to have you in this week.
Yeah. I think communication was off a little bit there. We can't slip those things past Carolyn without her permission. So
Preston, I think Preston. I'm gonna
let's put it on the college kid. Put it on the college kid.
Well, he was also the one who told me that it was happening. So when it didn't happen, then it's all his fault. All right, let's take a look at this flop. As I see that Christian has flopped bottom set and has 0% equity. So something is really bad for him.
Yeah, Jacob flopped the nut flush.
Nut flush for Jacob, and there must be a higher set. Yes, there is. Prooper Scooper sitting on top set. Definitely going to get some chippies in the middle. Jacob, sure enough, going to bet 100 with his nut flush, I should say. And wait a minute.
Top set fold.
Top set folded. Bottom set, however, is in and ready to go. This is curious. Top set folded, huh? Okay. All right. Looks like we got some new faces here. So Christian and Jacob here, trying to get a look at whether or not these two folks have been with us before. Prooper Scooper, yeah. So 3 new faces here on the broadcast tonight. So we'll see how these players do in the mix. We've also got some familiar faces. We see Anderson over there, always looking good, decked out in some fine dress wear. And then we've got J-Stack here sporting the ridiculous beach outfit. He's got the skies out, thighs out t-shirt. He's got his little whatever those are on his wrists and
wrist sweatbands.
Sweatbands, exactly. Yes. And,
in case he gets into a sweat.
Yeah. That headband is pretty epic as well.
I wonder if it has Wi-Fi in the headband or something.
I don't know. I mean, we'll have to go have that removed to ensure the integrity of this game. All right, let's take a look around. We've got J-Stack in here, of course, as we just mentioned. We've got Will the Knit or yonder as well. And did I see Prestige at the table as well? So a lot of familiar faces here.
Yeah, looks like we got a table that's good for some action tonight. Looking forward to it. And this is another action flop as J-Stack flops a straight and Anderson flops the nut flush draw and the Broadway draw.
Yeah, and then somehow we just go bet 25 and call. Ace here on the turn. J-Stack now with the full-on Broadway straight. He's just going to check this back, I guess, after Anderson kind of gives up, and J-Stack will just take this one down without too much fanfare. Definitely could have been an opportunity for more chips to go in.
Why are they chopping that?
Yeah, I think
that shouldn't have been chopped.
Nope, it got moved over. Sal was under the impression that it was a chop, but we got it sorted out here as J-Stack did receive all of the money. All right, here, let's take a look at the chip count. So 1.2K up there at the top. That is going to be the top stack right now. Other players able to match up to that. But, yeah, I guess we will just have to wait and see how the stacks grow over the course of the evening. J-Stack here putting out a $15 straddle, though, so that'll help spice things up. Taking a look here at the chat, looks like we've got a bunch of the familiar folks here. We got Nick from Yuma, Moose Duty. What's going on, boys? How you doing? We got Hillbilly in the house. What's cracking? Diego, Zachary, Matt. All right, cool. Jedi Master Ted. Excellent. We're getting all of you here in the viewership and in the chat. Looking forward to hearing from you. If you have any questions for Gordon or myself, go ahead and drop those in there, and we'll see if we can't get to them. Going 4 ways to this flop. What do we got here? Queen, Queen, 7. That's going to give Jeffrey trip queens.
We're beyond stickers.
And, you know, just quads. Just quads right there on the turn. So Jeffrey, the unbeatable hand. And J-Stack is like, let me just push, like, what, $5 or something out here? $25 out here and see if I can take this down. But that is not going to happen as he gets a quick call from the... And let's see if Prestige... Okay, Prestige, he's done with it. He's ready to move on. He's like, nah, this isn't the right spot. All right. At any given moment, we know what can happen. Prestige can be like, nah, bro, this is my pot. And, oh, you have quads? Shit.
It's interesting he didn't get spicy there with the ace high. Thought more chips could have gone in.
Yeah, no, I think...
nice laydown from Prestige.
Yeah.
Sniffing that one out.
Yeah, that's actually the better way of putting it, is definitely recognizing that anytime there's like an open you call and then someone raises on a board that's just... There's so little to represent, and someone's going to raise into 2 other players. It's like, oh, well, you actually just have it. So, cool. Good for you. All right, all right, all right. Michael Sahagian, if I didn't butcher that, it's his birthday, so happy birthday, buddy.
Hillbilly in the chat saying Richard Simmons rebirth.
Yes, I think J-Stack is channeling his best Richard Simmons right here. Oh, and we got Sai at the table over in the 1 seat, lurking in the 1 seat. I didn't even see him in there. So, good. We'll get to needle him throughout the evening. He's got a 3-bet into 80 right now with ace-10 off.
It's going to work, too. Unless Lottie gets sticky with the pair of deuces.
Wow, Lottie looks like he wants to, and he's going to.
I like it. No gamble, no future, Lottie.
Play it out of position. 1 out of 8 times he's going to continue.
He does have the best hand, so we'll see how Sai should be betting here like 100% of the time. So we'll see what he decides to do. Yeah,
this looks like 65, 70, and Will does let it go. So 7 out of 8 times right there. Will is just going to fold. Oh, boy. All right, Sai taking down that first little pot right there. It's a battle between those two. And, yeah, these stacks will continue to grow, as is the usual here Thursday, 2-5. It is match the stack, which means that there's a 1K cap as we open the table. And then at any point throughout the evening, you can match up to the biggest stack at the table for 100% of the value. Go ahead and reach into your pocket, your wallet, the guy next to you. Whatever, just find that money, put it on the table, and you can match up the big stack. All right, AC here with AK. Going to go ahead and raise it up to 20 bucks. And I feel like I've played with AC before. We just got a brief look at him there, but yeah, definitely played with him on the 2-5 streets, and yeah, and he's been on the stream several times as well.
Yeah,
okay,
it's
very
a
good.
familiar face.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we've got a 3-bet from J-Stack here with the ace-jack offsuit out of the small blind. Relatively small sizing here to be raising out of the small blind with a couple of callers. Or I guess there was just one caller in there with the prestige, but he's going to get looked up by Jacob. Cold calls the 3-bet, and now AC is coming in for the 4-bet. It should be all the information that Prestige needs to go ahead and fold the Jack 3 of spades, which he will do. And back over to J Stack. I think this is the time where like Ace Jack makes for a fine 3-betting hand, but when you face further aggression, it's time to just sort of pitch it in, which he, well, the action tracker said that he did, but maybe a little prognostication. He certainly is not exuding strength with the little head bob there. He is going to let that go, and Jacob will do the same. There you have it. Ace King getting it done. So I got a question. So now that you're here, so the stream on Monday,
Yes.
you called all in with a pair of 4s and an ace kicker, and people in the chat were going a little bit crazy. They were like, what? He called with a pair of 4s. I was giving you the benefit of the doubt of actually correctly recognizing that your opponent was going to have a lot of draws. Tell me about your thoughts in that hand.
Yeah, I'm not going to go, I guess, too deep into my thoughts. But I thought I was good, and I put my money in, and yeah, I put my money in. I didn't have much left in my stack behind Bones' turn bet, so there was no point in really calling and letting coins. I thought jamming also would have maybe met coins folds a little bit more, which I certainly wanted him to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was unfortunate. Didn't hold on either run out. Bones had a bunch of equity against my hand anyway, so it wasn't the worst thing in the world. But yeah, it was a tough go on Monday. But sometimes it happens.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That was the first sort of rough run out, and then you had another time not too long after that. So yeah, that was a rough session. And anyways, maybe we can come back to that as we've got the completed board here. Queen of Diamonds on the end is going to bring in the front door diamonds. However, J-Stack with the top 2 on the flop is just going to win a $77 pot here. I kept that relatively small given the
One check.
holdings of J-Stack. Yeah, interesting. I guess J-Stack playing this one. I don't know why you play this slow. I guess I don't fully understand that. But he kept the pot nice and small and still took it down. All right, straddle and restraddle here. Taking this from 2-5 to 2-5, 10, 20. Sai not opting to put out the $40 restraddle.
Raise 20, fold.
As he will be first to act and first to fold.
Raise 65.
All right, taking a look back here at the chat. Nick, what's the story on the guy with the sweatbands? Yeah, well, so the alternative was to see J-Stack with virtually no clothing on. It started out as a little bit of just a joke about like Anderson going and getting some new threads to be nicely dressed as he do, and J-Stack was like, oh well, more clothes for him, less for me. I should just like wear a Speedo. And then it quickly went from just like joking and bantering to like he was actually going to try to do it. And I was like, bruh, I don't know about that. And luckily I wasn't the one that had to shut that down. Someone else took the responsibility on that, and all of you now just get to look at J-Stack wearing his fine skies out, thighs out get up instead of virtually nothing. That was going to be hilarious, though, like, in all actuality. I kid about it being, like, over the top, but it would have been pretty funny. Also rather distracting to have, like, a mostly naked man sitting right next to you at the poker table, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely boosts the table image, definitely draws some attention to yourself. Yeah, well, we'll see how it pans out for J-Stack. He's winning. He's making money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes you got to lose a few clothes to make some money. I mean, J-Stack's doing it the hard way. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh man. Have you ever wagered? This is a funny question, maybe. Have you ever wagered anything that wasn't just dollars in a poker game? Like because you needed to?
Because I've needed to. No, I've played. I think we played one time. I used to bowl competitively, and at a state bowling tournament one year, I think we were playing poker, and we had a deck of cards, and we were bored in the hotel. I think we played for the gift cards in our wallet. We had chips, and like everybody had like a gift card in their wallet, so we played for the gift cards in our wallet.
Okay. Cool.
I guess that's a good one.
Yeah.
Anything from you or? play the shirt off your back or something like that?
Yeah, no,
shoes?
nothing quite like that. I was trying to think of that myself because, like, I think there was obviously a time in human history, not too far in the distant past, when people did just like sort of wager different things. It was like whatever you had. But no, I think honestly, it's just always been like actual money. I mean, yeah,
for,
like playing
candy or.
Oh yeah, I mean I've done that kind of stuff when we didn't have like chips, right? We like used like hard candies or God, what did we use? Like Taco Bell packets one time or something, just like whatever we had around. But yeah, in terms of like trying to win something and actually wagering it as though like, oh, I'm gonna put my pink slip in the middle or something like that. Never quite went that far.
Yeah. I think it's tough to keep the game interesting when you're not playing for something, or else you just go all in and gamble and hope your hand is good. Yes, but J-Stack looks like he just came from a strip poker game, so
yeah, he lost a few hands.
Yeah.
All right, AC here on the button. Going to open this up with King Jack off suit. Prestige coming along out of the blind. Jack 7 suited, and Sai will complete from the straddle with the Ace 5 off suit. So 3 ways to a flop. Everybody going to miss this. So Sai is still best with the Ace high. AC, the only one with a heart, and there is a heart on the turn. He's going to turn up and down straight draw and a flush draw, so big equity boost for him. However, Prestige with his gutter is going to go ahead and lead out here for 55. AC, the only one sticking around after Sai gets out of the way. Heads up to a river. It's another heart, so there it is. AC going to make the nizzles on the end. Prestige going to check it over. Just Jack high. AC will go for value, and Prestige will just quickly let it go. So Prestige getting himself into a couple of pots, but nothing too crazy just yet.
He's still got chips in front of him. He's making some good folds tonight, showing some restraint. Some opportunities he could have bluffed that he's passed up because they weren't the best spot for him. So Prestige showing some folding abilities tonight.
Heck yeah. Alrighty, well, we got a couple of people here who are upset about us talking about things that aren't just the poker game in front of us, and you know what? That's okay. We are going to just get sidetracked every once in a while, and I'm sorry that that's not going to sit with everybody perfectly well, but we will also try to stick with the card game that is happening as well. You get a little bit of everything here on TCH Live, and hopefully everybody enjoys what they see. If you do, help us out and hit that like button. That helps us get our program out to more people in the universe, so please do help us out with that if you like it. We got DJ Red Light Tamale here, says, thanks for the stream. Both mics are distorting. So, I don't know. We'll keep an eye on the sound. If anybody else is having sound issues, please do let us know. It's the only one that I'm seeing here in the chat so far, talking about audio, so hopefully that's just the one person watching. But Mike Youngblood here, derp, talk more. Yeah, love it. Happy to have you here, Mikey, and hope you're doing well, my friend. What do we got here? J-Stack with a couple of tens. He's going to turn a boat, and Will the Nit here is going to turn a little bit more equity after he went and called the flop bet.
He's going to turn dead against J-Stack's hand, but it's a perceived good card for him, especially after J-Stack checks. But William's smart enough, I think, to know that J-Stack can have a lot of monsters here as well, and is going to check it back. Maybe realize some equity that he may have had against non-full houses here, but let's see.
Let's see. So J-Stack actually did not check. So, yeah, Action Tracker got a little bit ahead there. He is going to go ahead and bet 125 and get called by Will here. Will needs to dodge a 9 or an ace, which he will. Probably a king or a queen was going to keep him on the hook for a little bit more as well. As it stands, he's sitting with just king high. And does J-Stack go for big value bet, or does he? I mean, William's not the kind of guy that you like check to and hope that he bluffs, right? So you hope that he will pay off a reasonable size value bet, and if he's got a jack, he's probably going to pay off a sizable amount. Let's see if J-Stack goes for something in the neighborhood of 350 or more.
Yeah, I mean, J-Stack could opt for check raising here too, because if it's check to Will, he's going to bet a 9 and maybe possibly a 7 or lower boats like 7-8, 7-10, 7-Jack. So a check raise could be a decent line for J-Stack to get paid, especially allows some of Williams' bluffs like he has to bluff as well. But he's just going to go ahead and rip it, and Lottie's just going to fold his king high.
Alrighty, so Mikey did say that it's a little overmodulated. We got people asking us to just back our mics off from our mouths a little bit. Okay, so we'll give that a try, and we'll see if that does the trick. Everybody let us know throughout the course of the evening if you notice anything with the broadcast in terms of technical issues, sound, whatever. Or just let us know if you have any questions. Got it's Aaron Aaron McAvoy here in the booth, joined by Gordon, the god on himself, Granger. And yeah, be happy to try to answer any of your questions as long as they're reasonable. J-Stack here, Jack 7 of diamonds. This is the type of hand that I expect J-Stack to play quite frequently. And he's reaching for chips. Looks like he's coming in for a call. Now, have you played much with J-Stack?
I really haven't played too much with him. I think I've played with him once maybe on stream and haven't really played with him off of the stream maybe once or twice. So I really don't have any personal hand history with him, but I mean, I see him on these streams and I see, I guess he's very hard to play against and unpredictable. So
that is definitely true.
Respect his game.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see here. Let's get into the action here as we had an open and a big raise here. So Cy raising to 80 with the ace-king offsuit, and Christian here in the big blind opting for a large 3-bet here. Well, I guess not large, actually. No, my mind was saying 4x, and this is actually just 3x. And Cy just going to jam it in his face. Christian will snap fold it, and Cy will drag the pot.
Yeah, pretty standard there. I kind of like the 3-bet squeeze from Christian. I don't know if him and Cy have any hand histories, but his cold 4-bet there looks pretty strong. Unfortunately, Cy just has ace-king and is sticking it in there.
Yeah, so actually, I mean, Christian was just coming in for a 3-bet because it had been just limped up to Cy. But yeah, still, I mean, it was a 3-bet and then the 4-bet jam. Yeah. But yeah, Cy definitely someone who will play aggressively with ace-king type hands and put you to the test, that is for sure. All right, J-Stack this time going to look down at a couple of 6s in early position. He's going to raise it up this time, no more limping, and that will bring prestige in from the cutoff. Jack 9 offsuit. Cy on the button with a couple of sailboats. And Anderson will get to close the action in the big blind with 6-5 offsuit. So we're going 4 ways to a flop. A couple of small pairs and some middling cards.
4 in the window.
There you have it. So nice little bottom set here for Cy. Not much doing for anybody else. I suppose Anderson is sitting on a gutter to straight, so maybe if the price is right, he could come along. J-Stack is going to what looks like range bet here if he's going to bet the 6s.
It looks like Anderson is going to be able to come along if he, I guess Anderson just folded. Didn't like the spot. But.
Yeah, he could have closed the action there for 40 bucks. The implied odds there might not have been terrible, but recognizing that 7 isn't going to come very often, so this is just going to be burning $40 quite often. However, as it stands, J-Stack is going to continue betting here with Cy calling on the button on the flop and now raising it up to 200 on the turn. J-Stack will snap fold, and Cy will take down another one.
Yeah, unfortunate J-Stack, or unfortunate for Cy that J-Stack didn't really have a hand there, but nice to run good early on in the stream.
Heck yeah.
Cy, flopping bottom set. Always nice to flop bottom set.
Yeah, flopping any set is good, but bottom set is especially tasty. Like if there's an ace out there and someone raised and you just like flat them in the hijack or something, you're like, ooh, bottom set. You can have all of the top pairs. This is lovely.
Especially when he bets twice, too. It's a good feeling sitting on a set and position there. But J-Stack gets away cheap, so.
Yeah.
Oh, you think because I wear this, I'll do any dare?
Alrighty, Jacob here. Early position, raising it up with 10-9 of spades. Prestige out of the hijack, gonna call with the king-queen offsuit. He's got only 200 behind, so starting to get into a jammy territory for the Prestige. Anderson here out of the small blind is going to come along, and J-Stack with the 5 Dewey. Now this is classic J-Stack action right here, having a hand like 5 deuce. And ooh, that looks delicious. I'll have to get into that a little bit. Okay, so let's see here. Back to it as we've got Prestige ripping it in. He has made the toppest of pairs here. Anderson has 4 hearts and 3 to a straight. I don't see him folding. As I say that, Anderson just flicks it right in. I don't know. I guess that's a little bit on the edge when you have these players behind you, right? Like, but that was 214 into 160, so I don't know. I guess that's maybe I'm thinking of this wrong, but as it stands, he is going to get looked up in one spot, and the kings are going to hold. As J-Stack was the man who pulled the trigger there with the bottom pair and backdoor diamonds. So our boy Prestige is going to go ahead and pick that one up. I don't know. What are your thoughts about the 9-8 of hearts there? Just letting it go.
Yeah, I mean, you're not expecting 9 high to be very good there, but equity wise, you probably are in okay shape making a call, but you have to worry about the people behind you too.
Yeah, that's the trickiest part about that hand. I think if
you have 9 high, it's do you want to stick in 200 bucks with 9 high? That's I guess is sort of what Anderson's thinking there, and 2 people behind you. So
yeah, I think I mean from a pure equity standpoint, if he were closing the action, the other thing too is that if your opponent just has a naked king, like you have a pretty solid chunk of equity, but even then it's pretty much a gambling spot. And if they have a larger flush draw, then you're in really bad shape. So, anyways, I don't know. Maybe that one stuck out to me a little bit more than it should have. Probably just an easy fold. But all right, let's move along here as Prestige going to open this up from middle position with Ace 7 of spades. Christian going to put in a 3-bet here. Ace Jack and Prestige, who has more chips in front of him. Okay, so we did have his chips updated. I don't actually remember if he had the 200 in front of him last hand and he just added on now, or if, what happened. But anyways, he is topped off and just in time to flop top pair, but an inferior kicker to Christian.
He won the last game.
Oh, you're right. He doubled up. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm off in another universe, as I just totally forgot about that somehow. Yes, Prestige just doubled up, so that's where all the money came from. And the little fruit fly bastards are back, and I'm going to do my best to slay them if I can. Yeah, I got all caught up in that because it was about the fold, but then J-Stack looked up, and that's where his money came from. So there we have it. Okay, we got a bet and a call here. Check bet call on the flop, and check on this turned 10 of hearts off to an 8 of diamonds. Going to bring in the front door diamonds. Prestige going to go and bet 150 here. And turn. Well, this is always sort of weird.
A little dicey for Christian too. I mean, checking back the turn made a lot of sense. Against Prestige, it's just tough to fold top pair with a jack kicker. But I mean, he doesn't beat any of Prestige's perceived value range, so I guess Prestige turns the pair of aces into a bluff with the kicker not playing. Good play by Prestige, pouncing on the weakness on the check back on the turn. Thinking if he has a strong hand on the turn, he's going to be barreling again. So good on Prestige.
Yeah, sort of an interesting play. Like if you really dove into it to try to find out, like, Were you betting for value or trying to actually get your opponent off a better hand? Sort of curious, but as it stands, definitely worked there. And his opponent did let go of the better hand. So nice play there from Prestige, and picks up another pot. So he's headed in the right direction here so far.
It'll make it cheap enough for you to call.
All right.
Bet 60. Call.
Taking a look here at the chat, people talking about flat earths and other such things. So interesting stuff. You get a little bit of everything in the chat here on TCH Live, but we are up over 400 viewers and just about 38 likes on the ticker. If you are watching and you enjoy what you're seeing, please help us out and hit that button for us. We got a king high flop here, king 10 for Rainbow. Prooper Scooper getting involved in one of his first hands. Going to go ahead and check call bet of 45 from Prestige. Another king here on the turn, and Prestige not slowing down with his gutter and the initiative, betting 75 now.
Little does Prestige know his gut shot's no good. He's drawing dead to Prooper Scooper holding the jack of clubs.
Yeah, thankfully for the Prestige, he does not hit the jack, but now let's see what he does with just queen high here. We've definitely seen him maintain aggression in the past, and he will be true to form this time around. That's 150 and just gets called, so Prooper Scooper sort of saying to himself like, nah, I'm not going to raise, there's no hand that can call me. That isn't a better one, so I'll just go ahead and call in position, take this one down, and Prooper Scooper going to drag a nice little pot there.
Yeah, pretty standard check call for Prooper Scooper, especially with the jack of clubs blocking some of Prestige's value range. But a little poker nerdy, but
gotta get it in
nice
there,
hand,
man.
Prooper Scooper.
So do we know the backstory at all on the Prooper Scooper? Like what the Proopus?
Yeah, I think I've actually played with
Okay.
Prooper Scooper before.
I have too. Yeah.
He's a decent dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a fun guy. Yeah.
No, yeah, very enjoyable guy. But whether his last name is Proopus or we just totally invented that. It is, okay. Carolyn was like, his last name is Proop, and she just kind of trailed off, and I was like, Proopus? Just because I thought it sounded kind of funny, but there it is. That's his last name, so here you have it. Prooper Scooper. Ah, man, I got him. Slayed another one of those little flying bastards. All right, let's take a look here. We've got a 3-bet now by Jacob, King, Queen of Clubs. Taking it up here to 110. Anderson going to let go of the ace-jack. No, I got the first one, and then there was another one right behind him. So I don't know where those things are coming from, but they're especially prevalent here in the back of the building. I guess maybe there's like a dumpster out back or something. They find their way in there somehow. Anywho, Sai is our biggest winner of the moment, as we are just about 30 minutes into the program. He's up just under $500. And I'm sure someone's going to be a big winner tonight, shipping home several $1,000s, as is usual here on 2-5 Match the Stack. And now that it is the month of April, we've got a whole brand new set of promotions here at Texas Card House. The first of them that I will mention is that the Texas Card House here in Austin now open at 10 a.m., opening 1 hour earlier. And from the hours of 10 a.m. to noon, you can play for free, no hourly rate, every day of the week, every day of the month. So come on in, get yourself 2 hours of free time here in the mornings. That's pretty cool stuff. All right, Sai here with a couple of 10s, going to raise this up. Gets called by Jeffrey, and Jeffrey going to outflop him with the second pair. Check and check. Another ace on the turn. That's going to make Jeffrey feel a lot better about his hand. And he is going to go ahead and bet for value here. Looks like a bet of 40. 60 it is, actually. Sai not done with it just yet. has plenty of hands that can go ahead and fire out a bet here and try to take it down. 7 of hearts here on the end. Fairly meaningless card. Doesn't connect with anything, and we are just going to go checky, checky. Jeffrey will take it down. All right. We got some folks here in the chat that apparently know the Prooper Scooper backstory. Zachary here saying that we will not believe it. Yeah, you're gonna need to fill us in. Let us know, and we'll see if I believe it or not. What's going on with 20 or whatever that's going on there? Is that American money? Is that something else? What is it? I was like, has it just? Oh, that's right. That's his wallet that has. Yeah. No, I've seen that before, and I was like, what do I know about this? What's going on? Sort of got its own version of Jaundice Cam, like just right there on the wallet itself. Yeah, Mitch Hecht here in the chat asking, any bad beat in Texas? Well, what do you know? We are also introducing a bad beat jackpot to all of the Texas card house locations around the state, and all of the locations will be sharing one prize pool, so that will be growing and can be hit at any location. Starting out, the qualifier is quad tens or better beat by a straight flush. So going to make it fairly difficult to have that get hit, but is going to be a very nice payout as we are starting out with 20K in that bad beat jackpot prize pool. So come on down to any TCH location around the state of Texas and see if you can get yourself on the table and suffer a bad beat. I think you get 40% for I think it was, maybe it's 50% for the losing hand. I'll have to take a look. 50% for the losing hand, and then the rest is dispersed between the winning player and the other players at the table. Maybe I think it's 50, 30, and 20% divvied up to the other players at the table. So pretty cool stuff, man, happening here at all TCH locations in Texas. Have you ever seen a bad beat go down? Like a true jackpot bad beat?
I've been around it. I've never been at the table the bad beat has happened at, but I've heard the screams from a table or two away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty exciting when it happens.
Especially once the jackpot gets up there too. It's exciting times.
Yeah.
But excited to see that they're introducing it here in Texas Card House.
Yeah. Prooper Scooper getting a couple of tens there, puts in the 3-bet, and everybody folds. So far, our boy Anderson here has just been kind of getting himself into a little bit of marginal spots and just mostly staying away from them. So not going for the gamble here too early on. And oftentimes we'll see that as players sort of get adjusted to the other players at the table. Anderson, obviously a very familiar face here on the program, but 3 new faces, and JC hasn't been on here a ton as well, so plenty of newer players to get accustomed to. And over to Prooper Scooper. He's done with the 9 triz. AC though, queen 10 offsuit in the cutoff. That's good enough for an open. Prestige will look him up out of the small blind with ace 8 and size suited connector here. Going to go for the 3-bet out of the big blind. Ooh, Christian right up next. Ace king suited. Well, looks like we're going to cold 4-bet town.
Yeah, this hand's over if he 4-bets. Unless size decides to get super spicy.
Well, if this price isn't too big, Cy may just be able to flat, but let's see here. 125, and he's barely min-clicked it, so 275. Over and around to Prestige. He is going to go ahead and get out of the way, and now Cy, faced with an interesting prospect of playing this one out of position for only another 150. He only needs, 25% equity. I guess he doesn't think he can realize that out of position. So he is just going to fold it.
Yeah, it's tough to defend there from out of position with 8 high. It's going to be a low SPR, so it's going to be 8-7 is an implied odds hand, so like a suited connector is just not going to perform very well once the pot gets so big, especially from out of position. So reasonable fold from Sai.
Yeah, I think for that min-click-ish, like, sort of, I mean, it wasn't anywhere close to a 3x raise, right? So
Right, it also looks super strong, him cold four betting out of the blind again, especially it happened before during the table game, during the game as well, and it was light, so his second one might be a little bit stronger too. Sai might know that, so Sai might think he's just like a super huge dog there, even if he flops something like an 8 top pair with an 8 or a 7, he's in trouble, but
for sure.
moving along, we got ace-10 up against Williams 8. Jacob facing William, the New York knit Lottie, with the Steamdola 8 of spades special.
Great.
Jacob's going to flop top pair.
Right, so, yeah, top pair, 10 kicker here. Jacob going to go ahead and bet 75. Will the knit with effective second pair here. And he's going to show the 8 of spades like, oh, well, I had one good one, but that's not enough to continue, as Jacob will take it down. So, yeah, I think folding a hand like that to just a single overcard is maybe a little bit on the tight side, which obviously Will has been known to do. But when that card is an overcard and the ace in particular, especially against someone who hasn't played a ton of hands, that's pretty reasonable. So now if it was just like a king, queen, or jack, you'd think you definitely need to peel one off at least. All right, moving right along here. We got Anderson in the big blind J stack. UTG +2. I was going to say if he's got the 6 tray, I know what he's doing with it, but no, he's got ace-7, and he's still going to do something with it. Looks like.
He does have an ace, so
yeah,
seems good enough for a raise to $15.
Surely is. Oh, there was another 6 tray out there. 6 tray being one of J Stack's favorite hands.
Sai's going to fold the nuts.
Oh, man. Did he have king 5 of clubs?
No, he had king 5 club spades. So.
Oh, well.
Blocks the nuts, so technically.
Okay. All right. You have to explain this to me every time because I just always think that it
See, he would have flopped top pair with the backdoor second nut flush draw. It's the nuts. It's the nuts.
You're not wrong. Yeah.
More I convince Aaron. Aaron, well, I guess y'all don't want stories, but this is a poker story.
Dude,
Okay?
unleash the stories. You know what? Half the people come here for the stories, half the people come here for the poker, and half the people didn't come here for anything. But go ahead and lay it on us.
You give the story because you were the one that made quads. You're the one that made
This is true. I played Gordon's hand against him, the old king 5 of clubs, and we both flopped a pair of kings, and I flopped 2 pair though, kings and 5s, and then it just ran out 5-5, and I ended up with quads. And
this is why you can't fold king 5.
yeah, king 5. It's the stone cold nizzies, especially if Gordon's around. that is what made that hand so much more enjoyable, is that it was against you. If it had been against anyone else, like yes, I would have gotten like the fist pound from you, like afterwards, like cool, bro. Ooh, Anderson, king 5. Oh, didn't we just go over this? Damn it. And J-Stack gets the walk with the 9-4 too. But anyways, yeah, that was a fun hand. All right, ooh, we've got some stories coming in here about the Super Prooper, and let's see if we believe these or not. Born in Siberia in '98, moved to Chicago in his early years. A young boy genius, often called the Siberian Jimmy Neutron. He mastered his poker skills while being trained by his father, a poker addict. The nickname Prooper Scooper was coined by his father, who would dump chips out of frustration on the floor for Proops to scoop. That was a fantastic story there, Joshua Jones. Thank you very much for that.
Diego verifying the story too. I'm also from Chicago, back in my hometown. The Scooper was a known legend.
Wow, this is excellent, man. We've got the Chicago legend in our midst. And we've got 4 players going to a flop here. Some pretty marginal holdings being represented, and Will the net with a pair of 6s in hand. He's going to be outflopped by Anderson, who makes top pair 10 kicker. Nobody with hearts really playing anything like that. J-Stack does have second pair and like 3 to a straight, so I did see him putting money in the middle. He's going to call this bet of 25 from Anderson, and we've got a 3 of clubs here on the turn. Check from J-Stack. Anderson going to continue betting, and J-Stack not going anywhere yet. If he thought he was best on the flop, nothing's changed now. Off to a 9 of clubs on the end. Backdoor clubs does come in. J-Stack just going to check, and yeah, Anderson just going to keep going for value here. His 10 kicker is playing. He beats every jack that isn't kicking higher than a 10, and yeah, he gets paid off here. And this is Anderson knowing his man, right? Like we've played enough together. The 3 of us for sure. J-Stack, Anderson. I mean, you throw Steamdoll and Caitlin in the mix as well. We've all played together enough to know that there are certain plays that you can make against certain players that might not work against anyone else. And having J-Stack pay you off with a pair of 4s there, like no kicker, just yeah, he might do it. There you go. J-Stack is a sticky man. And potentially a sweaty man as well, as he is all decked out and ready to go to the gym or some other such place. Ryan Reed, how many felonies are required to get a seat in this game? I'll pose that question to super producer Carolyn, as she is the one who 3 minimum, she says. So 3 minimum if you want to get on the program. So have your rap sheet ready and shoot an email to TCH live list at texascardhouse.com. That information scrolling along the bottom of your screen. You can also text 512-843-1971. Let us know in advance of when you are trying to get on, and preferably if you have travel plans well in advance, a couple weeks, so that we can make sure to start
I got 1 pair.
Trying to get you in. There is always a large demand for this game, 20+ names on the list each and every week, and so we do our best to try to get a good mix of newer players, familiar faces, and people from out of town, all mixed up and mashed up here on the felt. We're getting the scooper going for the full Trooper Scooper special, a couple of 10s going for a 3-bet at J-Stack. Not going to let him scooper these ones that easy. All right, heads up to a flop. J-Stack going to play this one out of position. Queen 8 of hearts, so standard questionable hand for J-Stack. He's going to flop a heart draw, though. And Trooper Scooper, just 1 overcard. Checks to him. He's going to bet 100. And J-Stack looks to be going for the check call. So off to a turn we go. Quick check back here on the turn. We don't have the turn in just yet. Can't quite see it down there. It's a queen. There it is. J-Stack will get there. So yeah, check on the turn. J-Stack going to go ahead and lead out here. I mean, he's like, no, I got to be good here. I made a pair of queens, and you slowed down. So let's see if the Trooper Scooper can get away, and he does. So he folds to a smallish bet, and J-Stack will take it down.
2 legends squaring off there, and the hometown boy takes the first win. But we'll see these 2 butt heads in the future of the stream. I'm sure there'll be more money thrown around.
Yeah. At first, I thought you called someone buttheads. Like, I was like, wow, bro, you just dropping the shade here, calling these dudes buttheads.
quite the opposite.
Dude, this is one of my favorite chats I've seen in a little while. J-Stack will see the inside of a funeral home before he sees the inside of a gym. Just like, what? How do you come up with that? That's amazing. Oh, man. Standard questionable hand from Talking Hoodie. Absolutely right, JTN 1968. That's the hot reads. You get them here and nowhere else. So good to see you, JTN 1968. Happy to have you joining us. And he also asked how many felonies I have. I prefer not to answer that question here live, but maybe another time. All right, somehow I have clicked off of my video feed. There it is. I'm back.
Mine popped off too.
Oh, okay. We froze. So it was.
But I mean, it's just like my.
Stop.
Okay, so we had some technical difficulties, but I think we're going to be back up and running here momentarily, as it looks like the Prestige is getting all of his money in and getting it in ahead. He's up against a flush draw, and he fades it, so pair 5 is going to be good here for the Prestige. Yeah, fist pump. Fist pump. Let's go. So AC here, 2 overs and the king high flush draw. Gets it in against the Prestige. They run it one time, and it's no good. So there you go.
Don't act like y'all didn't know that was going to happen.
All right, and here comes the crypto chat. All right, excellent.
Yeah, what's a poker stream without some Bitcoin talk?
Yeah, I mean, it pretty much just doesn't happen. All right, so.
Especially if there's technical difficulties. I mean, you have to throw in some Bitcoin in the chat, right?
Yeah? I mean, it's supposed to be.
Oh, Alec here says the Scooper is only second in legend to the infamous Austin, the poker player who the city of Austin is named from. There you have it. Yep, I think that's right. Yep. Yeah, good stuff. Fire in the chat.
I think poker rooms could do like their promotions in like Bitcoin, and like they could draw in crowds for promoting a room or something. Like, you know how they have high hand specials or something. Instead of paying out in cash, pay it out in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Might draw the poker community in. There's a random idea for TCH.
No, I think not only is that just a good idea because of the publicity and everything that crypto has right now, but also just, I mean, we'll see what happens, but as we move forward from this point in time, like, crypto is just going to be more and more and more a part of the normal conversation. And, I mean, I don't know. We can get dragged off into the whole discussion around what's going to happen and what the governments around the world are going to do, similar to what India has done, I think is, very plausible. But we'll see. It is definitely an experiment that is happening out in the open for all of us. And I think you're right. I mean, just offering something in Bitcoin or maybe even just another of the other coins could definitely draw some people in. So might have to think about that. All right, we've gone 3 ways to a flop here. J-Stack is going to make second pair. And Prestige, with the best of it, does have a couple of red 7s. Jeffrey has 2 overs, so he actually has a sizable chunk of equity, but there's very little chance that he will continue.
You know what the weird thing is?
Prestige almost gave it like the pump fake fold then call. doesn't look the strongest.
Yeah, Prestige will do some interesting movements though that I've noticed, and so it doesn't always necessarily represent his actual actions. So
He really likes that turn card because now it's less likely that J-Stack has a king. Even
yes.
less likely unless he's got king 5. This is a very similar run out to the hand we had, except the king variety.
Yep, and J-Stack did have the toppest of boats represented on the board, so didn't feel too bad about his hand on that run out either, but as it stands, the Prestige did have the best of it with a couple of 7s.
Yeah, 2 legends squaring off again. Legend on legend, hand after hand, here at TCH Live.
Yeah, man. All right.
I just knew it wasn't even really. I would have, if they would have just.
Okay, Elsinore here. To the announcers, I come up with stuff like that as I am a cynical mofo who gets to deal with a huge cross-section of society on a daily basis and have done so for 20 years. So it sounds like someone either in customer service or some other public-facing sort of career. And yeah, the cynic really comes out in someone who does have that sort of a position. Imagine being a toll booth operator. Not that that's a thing anymore, but you just have to interact with every single person that comes through a certain area, whatever. I mean, you just have to be so angry all the time. I mean, right? That, or just have the most just wellspring of joy and everything inside of you, where you just happy
really
to see all of them. Yeah, you would have to just be super at peace with yourself for sure. The Prestige here is going to get outflopped by Jacob, who once again has Ace-Jack. I think he was the one that had Ace-Jack earlier. maybe I'm wrong, but he is going to check the flop and then call Prestige's bet on the turn. Prestige going to keep going, see if he can push his opponent off of a better hand, but Jacob going nowhere with top pair jack kicker.
Slap call.
Slap call for sure. But after all this action, Prestige down $62 and sitting right in the middle of all of our winners and losers as seen on that graphic right there. All right, so we've always got plenty of tables happening here at TCH Austin, both 2-5, 1-2, and all of the good stuff. Sometimes some PLO, sometimes some mixed games. And man, I don't know if it's my phone or what, but I cannot. All right, cannot open the, oh, maybe it's my Wi-Fi, just like crashed. Okay, yeah, everything just crashed. That's not great. Let's see, but we're going to continue along, and I'm going to pretend as though everything is in order, and we'll just hope for the best. So, see if we can get everything up and running. Are we good? Okay, so I guess we're good. Everything just sort of went through a little hiccup there on our end, but should be back in order. Hopefully none of you suffered too much, as it looks like we've got ourselves a 3-bet here. J Stack taking it up to 100 with Queen 9 offsuit. AC coming in for a cold call on the button. And yeah, taking a look at the table list, we got 2 tables of 1-2 with just about half enough players to make another table. Well, super producer Carolyn telling me that maybe it's not right, but anyways, a couple tables of 1-2 at least showing here on the website, and maybe a table or two of 2-5 as well. But just having some issues here getting my internet to work, and there goes the YouTube for me once again. So struggling to maintain a connection here on the Wi-Fi's, I think. But we're just going to move right along here. J Stack, just queen high here on the turn. Oh, let me go grab Gordon. He left himself out. All right, so here we are on the turn. AC with just king high, but he does have the best of it and a spade flush draw, facing a bet of 225 into a pot just about 600. One of the larger pots that we've seen here this evening, and AC with an effective stack 646. I mean, this is getting a little bit dicey. What's going on there, Gordon? You get.
I think
I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, I hear you in my headset, so I think you are good. All right, so over to AC here. Yeah, this is decision time. Do you just go for it or not? J-Stack is going to show him that he just had queen high, and AC is like, oh, God, if I would have just shoved it, I would have won for sure. So J-Stack going to drag a pretty sizable pot there. And that'll move him up to the 1.6K mark. I'd like to say that's the high water mark here. But we'll take a look at the graphic here momentarily.
Looks like it.
See if that's correct. All right. So, yeah, I'm just going to keep looking at the chat here, as that seems to be continuing along without too much interruption every time I get a YouTube hiccup. But there you have it. All right. We got Amber Daniels here in the chat. What's going on, Amber? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in, taking a look, and seeing how the old J-Stack is doing. Lots of good stuff here in the chat as people talk more and more about Bitcoin and other such things. So always glad to see you guys having a good time in there. All right, moving right along. We've got Jacob here with ace-jack once again, raising it up to 35. Willed and knit on the button. Thought about it for a minute, but he's not doing anything about prestige. Didn't take him any time at all. Go ahead and put his money in with 5-4, and Cy with a couple of ladies, putting in a 3-bet, taking it up to 160.
humming noise.
Sai and ladies don't go very well together, so we'll see. He likes them folds. He likes the folds a lot. There,
Oh man, that was good. That was a nice little zinger.
Gotta have a dig at Sai. Right?
Yeah, yeah. No, every time we play, and we play regularly, like Gordon, Sai, myself at the 2-5 game, Sai is always convinced that we're just gonna go in and just shit talk him the whole time. But now's our opportunity.
125.
No, well, I mean, Sai will tell you anything that he wants. I mean, he used to say he didn't want me to see how he played or whatever. And I don't know. He's a jokester. But anyways, now's our opportunity to throw a little shade at Sai.
We just can't let him get in the booth and commentate while I'm on the felt, because then it might be disaster for me.
No, dude. Yeah, that would be funny. That would be. No, I would love to, but Sai won't do it. He's too self-conscious about his English, I think. Because we always give him a hard time about being able to understand him at the table when he says stuff. He's got a fairly thick Indian accent, and so it's all good fun and everything. But I think he would not like to come in here. He's expressed as much to me in any case. Let's continue along as we've got a 3-bet from Christian. Man, Ace Jack is just making its way around the table left and right. So Ace Jack 3-bet to 150. J Stack calls with the deuces and prestige. Ace 6 on the button. He's going to go hunting for 6, I suppose. And there one is, but it comes with a couple of diamonds. So J Stack with just about 0 equity. Christian and prestige splitting the rest of it. Checks all the way through to an 8 of clubs on the turn. That puts a 1-liner out there. And we're still checking. All the way down to a 4, meaningless 4 on the end, and Prestige has the best hand if we make it to Showdown, which we will. And after all of that, Christian doesn't put a single bet out there to try to take this one down, and Prestige is just going to get to Showdown 6 and win. All right, there you have it.
Oh no, I want you back.
Did you catch the broth bomb, the double broth bomb?
I did.
On the Instas?
I'm glad I was not in the booth that night. Let's just say that, I guess. Glad I was not a participant. But how was it?
It was truly awful. It really was. So yeah,
Mike did look like he enjoyed it.
Yeah, he suffered much less than I did, I think, which good for him, you know. And if he wants to continue the tradition and just do broth bombs all the time, I mean, I'm happy for him. But I really got to say that I hope there never comes another day that I imbibe, consume another broth bomb. However, I have the feeling that I will at some point. Jacob here, he's got number 1, 8 of spades, 8 of hearts, the Steam Dola nuts. And he's going to call this raise to 30 from J Stack. Prestige is in the mix with the 10, 5 offsuit. He's like, you know what? I've heard this before. To make a straight, you need a 10 or a 5, and I got 1 of each, so I'm making a straight, baby. Although it's going to be a little bit tough, because he's going to need a runner to do it on this board. Jacob does have the best hand, and after J-Stack, the pre-flop aggressor checks, he does fire out a pretty quick bet of 85 near, I mean, that's 80% pot. And J-Stack says, not that easy, buddy. You got backdoor everything, and one of them is a pair of aces that I can just make. And somehow doesn't go for any value, though. We just check, and J-Stack wins with the top pair. So, interesting. All right. We've had a couple of hands go rather passively here tonight, and it's sort of interesting, the different players and the dynamic that gets built. And honestly, we've seen a little bit of the normal, like, characteristic J-Stack play, where it is just kind of like in your face, right? Like there was the one hand, I forget exactly what he had, but he just sort of blasted his opponent off of it. And then the rest of the time here so far tonight, we've seen some fairly passive, slow, and
trappy, passive kind of plays we're seeing. And yeah, that's like you said, that's definitely going to affect table dynamics and how people proceed with their hands. So we'll see if anyone starts to pick up on that and make some changes to how they're playing their hands.
Getting some serious flicker on this camera here. I'm not sure if that is. Okay, I see. All right, so we had some spikes in the video feed there that coincided with 15 minutes ago when we had all of our issues with the internet. Okay, so we have raised to 50 from the Prestige. Sai calls, and J-Stack has a gigantic tower of greens with 2 blacks on top, prepared to go bananas.
It looked like he was
7
frozen
deuce.
for a second.
Yeah. He was staring down Sai like, I'm coming for you, and then just folds. So these 2 players are going to go heads up. And both players make top pair. Prestige is outkicked, and Sai has the ace of hearts. So very hard for Prestige to win this hand. Very likely going to need a king or some sort of like running board pair. That is 75 and a call. This pot goes up to 272. SPR just somewhere around 3. Prestige now checking. All right, going to control the size of the pot now. He's faced a call, but he's not going anywhere. Bet of 100 and a quick call from the Prestige.
Size 11 life right now. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, while this card does give Sai the nizzles, I think it's going to be hard for him to get much more money out of Prestige. However, we've seen the Prestige call.
I think Sai's going to go pretty small here. Prestige looks pretty weak, and he's going to go for a yeah.
Yep.
I like that side. Oh, or all in. Maybe not.
The omega polarizing and exact opposite of what Gordon just said. Yeah,
well, I mean,
like the $100 bet.
This is kind of the opposite, though. I mean, this is there's 2 sizes you take here because you can't really go in between. It's either really small or really big. I think he's going to get paid off more if he goes small, but he's just hoping there that Prestige has like a medium heart and gets super sticky and saying he's bluffing somehow, but that's just really a bluff there. But leveling, a little leveling more with Prestige.
Yeah, yeah, and there are certain customers where doing that is going to be actually more likely to get you paid, right? Because they're going to sort of convince themselves, do like the leveling inside of themselves of like, wait a minute, he knows that I know that he knows, and oh man, now is the time to, yeah, and it's like, nope, he's just got the stone colds. All right, so we got a Let's Go Sai here from the Dragonite. Let's go Sai in the chat. All right. Heck yeah. All right, so moving right along, and we are moving right on up towards 500 folks here in the viewership. Let's take a look over at the like button counter. 67, 2 more to go to the Happy Meal and on to the moon, just like Bitcoin. Help us out. Hit those buttons if you would. As apparently I do need to reload my, dang it, man.
Prooper is getting love in the chat. I mean, this guy must be a true legend.
Yeah, well, I mean, as we've heard, he really is. He's been scooping the poops for a long time, or pooping the scoops. Any of the above.
Yeah, he's got the best hand too. And Jacob bluffing with an open ender here. So the scooper is the prooper is trying to do some scooping. I don't know how to say
I
this,
keep wanting to put random R's in there as well, just like scrooper or scoopering. All right, so bet a 75 and a call with the best hand. Can it hold? And it will. As Jacob going to pick up a meaningless pair of 3s here, but he's going to continue bluffing. He's like, 3s can never be good. And let me bet 105, freedom, and this pot costs $1.05. Okay, cool, you got 10s, you win. Prooper, gonna scooper. A nice little pot right there.
The Prooper did some scooper. I can't figure that one out. Chad, I need some help. We need some lines for Prooper.
Yeah. I think you may also need some of this.
Yeah, the alcohol might do some lubricating on the words.
Yeah. The
Words are hards. Yes, JTN 1968. Words are hards.
Absolutely.
Follow Aaron on Instagram.
Yeah. You can do so on the Instagram at Words Are Hards. And you can also follow the old God on the Instagrams as well. At what do you got over there?
You don't need to follow me. I'm not a worthy follow on Instagram. But if you please, it's ggranger97 on the gram.
All right. Cool. Cy here, he's got ace queen, and he's going to go ahead and raise up over the open from Prestige. Little slick, unsuited from early position Prestige.
Okay, sorry.
Was there a good one?
Yes, I really like this one from Racer Nerd. That was done properly.
Yes. Properly, indeed. All right, so that little bit of spice from the Prestige didn't last long. Cy picked up ace queen in the right spot and takes it down with the raise. All right, Will the Knit here is going to put out the $20 double straddle. The Prestige will come in for the triple up to $40. And Cy hoping to look down at some goodies. Not going to do it blind with 80 in front of him, so he is going to fold. Let's see if Anderson can get himself mixed up here. No. You want to step out and get us some cups or what? All right. Just trying to do some logistics here, but yeah, it looks like Gordon will be back here shortly. Okay, so AC and Prestige here tangled up as AC out of the straddle goes for the raise to 100, gets called by the Prestige. Pair of sixes for AC, he's way ahead. Yeah, grab us a couple if you would, please. Just a couple cups. Alrighty, so bet a 75 and a fold from Prestige, and AC going to show him the goods, going to show him the six. All right. Cool. We got some people doing some hand histories here. And Matthew Calhoun asking, is this in Austin? Absolutely it is. This is the Texas Card House in Austin. Oh, hold on. Gordon locked himself out again. Okay. Yeah, this is in Austin. We have locations around the state of Texas. And speaking of those locations around the state of Texas, we got a big old tournament coming up. Not this weekend, but next. And that is going to be the $500K guaranteed tournament with an $800 buy-in. Words are hards. This is a multi-day, multi-club tournament, so you can play at the Austin location, the Houston location, or the Rio Grande Valley location on April 8th and April 9th. And then you can also play on those same dates at Dallas as well as April 10th. All of those day ones will feed into the day two portion of the tournament that will be held at Dallas, TCH Dallas, for the day two restart, 1 p.m. on April 11th. That has a $500K guarantee in the prize pool, and I imagine we are going to smash that. So if you are looking to get yourself some tournament action, hop on into any TCH location, not this weekend, but next, for the action. And the days leading up to it. So starting on Thursday, April 8th, leading up to the weekend.
We got an action turn card here. AC turning the nut flush and wheel draw. Just the gem turn. Just going to pair with his ace.
Which is good enough to take away the best of it from Prestige.
Yeah, tough for Prestige to be good here. Ever. Good fold.
Yeah, tricky spot. I mean, he did have the best of it going into that river. However, was not able to fade it as AC was working with a whole lot of outs.
After having a sip of this Bombay, it just needs a splash of vermouth and some olive juice and a couple of olives, and I'd have myself my perfect Thursday night martini. But I like the straight gin as well, too.
Yeah, straight gin. You are an aggressive man. I mean, I knew this about you, but man, straight up gin. We had gin and ginger ale at the Super Bowl party that we were hanging out at, but I don't know. You didn't do any straight gin then, did you?
On which one? That night?
Yeah.
No, I think it was just the we did the Ginny Mules.
Ginny
we had
Mules, yeah.
ginger beer and the gin.
Yeah.
That is a go-to for me as well. If it's not if I'm not having martini gin, the gin mule is my gin drink.
Yeah. No, that's pretty good. Let's see. So we got ourselves a chunky raise out here. So Prestige open to 35. Anderson is the one who's put that raise out there. 3-bet to 125. The 8 of spades, 8 of diamonds. So not the preferred hand for Steam Dola, but it does have the 8 of spades.
This is going to be some good action. I like Anderson's 3-bet isolating Prestige's open. See a flop. And the 8 of spades attracts another 8. The 8 of hearts. The 8 of hearts loves the 8 of spades.
And Prestige rips it, and Anderson snaps it off. This is the Prestige that we have come to know and love.
Does have a gutter ball.
And backdoor spades misses the first run out, and he's going to need to find a 10. That is not it. So run it twice. Prestige going to go Dusto. And that is the first big pot. Move in the way of Anderson. Those chips are going to move over. And it looks like the Prestige may be getting up. He grabbed the wallet. It looked like maybe he was reaching in to pull some out, but no, he gone. Official word from super producer Carolyn. The Prestige has come. He has shown his face, and he has moved along. So always happy to have you here, Prestige. Thanks for joining us. Good game, and better run next time, as Anderson was able to scoop up that pot. And we're going to move right along on to the next hand, and that means we got a new dealer coming in. Sal is hitting the road, and we've got a $10 dealer change PLO bomb pot that we will get to here just shortly.
Is that Jameson and Topo?
Yes, sir, it is.
Never had. That's an interesting combo. How is that?
You've never had a whiskey soda? It's basically that with working with
Just
what I have.
Like a little bit of lime, though.
Yeah.
So that sounds pretty good.
No, it's actually quite good. I mean, I think you could pretty much put anything with
Topo.
this twist of lime Topo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that too, but I was
maybe
gonna.
I should add a splash of Topo.
Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong there. Yep.
Did you hear they're coming out with Topo hard seltzers now? I feel like Austin's gonna go crazy.
I did hear about this, and I am curious. So, well, what are your thoughts about the hard seltzer craze?
It's now
Carolyn is loving it. She's
I'm
pumped.
sure people are loving it, but it's become an oversaturated market where everybody and their mother are trying to get in, and everybody wants a piece of the seltzer profit craze. It's like, like fads as kids, like the rubber bands shaped as animals. Like this is like the adult version of like rubber bands shaped as animal, where everybody collects them all, or like Pokemon cards or something. It's just like everybody wants to try the new hard seltzer.
Yep.
But it's been a long time coming for Topo. I feel like they should have been in the game a long time ago.
Seriously, man. I mean, yeah, they definitely could have. However, I mean, it is imported from Mexico, right? So, like, I don't know, maybe there's, like, just wasn't, like, a good part of the supply chain to be like, cool, this is what we're doing now, and go. But they are going to get in the mix now, so better late than never, eh? I don't know. What do you think about them? Like, I've had a few, and, like, they're drinkable, like... It's not like those really frou-frou, like
right.
Mike's Hard type shit that came out a while ago.
Yeah. It's not too sugary, and it's low calorie. I mean, I just would rather have other alcoholic beverages, but they get the job done. And it's it's in a can. Like, it's just something different. If you're not looking for beer or wine and you want something quick and you don't have to make drinks, like, seltzer's not a bad choice.
Yeah, I can definitely get on board with the hard seltzer craze, much more so than the here's like 800 grams of sugar, or like the ones where it's like, oh no, it's low carb or whatever, and then they just taste it even worse. I mean, those things are horrifying. Okay, let's take a look at the action. We got 8-4 Juice Rainbow, and the Prooper is going to scrooper it, and we didn't even know what he had in his hand. So, good job for Prooper. He just takes it right down.
We can't even say it was done properly. We don't even know if it was done properly.
Well, we know it was done properly because he shipped the $80 with no resistance and didn't even have to, like, show his card. So, I mean, that's a win.
Prooper stays a scooper.
Yep, absolutely. Steroid Bra says seltzers are like my cards. They'll die off in a few years. I don't know. I mean, so this is often the case with like these fads that it does sort of die out. But I honestly think that this is something with just like how tremendous the response has been. I think it's with us to stay. Like whether or not it's the thing that everybody drinks all the time, I just don't think that it's going anywhere.
No, I think it's definitely here to. It's definitely here to stay. Especially just even like just the way the people are becoming more like health conscious too, and like even with their alcohol. Like if you're gonna drink a lot of alcohol, you want it to be a little low calorie, low sugar. Some people that, I mean, if you're drinking a lot, then you probably don't want to consume all your calories in alcohol. So. Yeah,
that's the truth. Although, we do what we do sometimes.
Sometimes.
Ooh, the Prooper, he's getting a little bit out of line. He says, I just won that pot without showing my cards. Maybe 6-4 suited will get things done against the Jace Stackman. And this is one of the few players at the table that you want to try to bluff out.
Okay.
He's not showing a lot of strength here, though. The J-Stack maneuver of, like, rubbing the shoulder, giving him the skin. He's like, check this out, boy. What do you think about the back of my shoulder? But he is just really taking a long time, and he's going to fold this. Yeah, he's going to fold this. And the Prooper is going to snap show it like, yeah, bro, I had all your outs or something.
Nice job, Prooper.
Yeah, very, very Prooper-ly done.
I see Zachary Andrews in the chat. Long drinks are the best. Have you ever had long drink? It is a very small, it's one of those canned beverages. It's like a hard seltzer, but it's gin-based. It is very good. They have an original flavor. They have some sort of berry flavor, and then they have like a zero flavor or some site. But it's like only available in specific regions. Zachary Andrews, I'm not sure where you're from. I don't even think you can find him.
Because it's more like it's like a canned cocktail.
It's like a canned cocktail.
Yeah,
I think it depends a little bit on state laws.
Exactly. I think those fall under a little bit of a different, like, whatever subcategory or something, which is what's sort of interesting of how I think the hard seltzers were able to blow up is that I think they got treated just like beer, and then it was like super easy to license. But no, I haven't had one of those. I would definitely be open to it. Anything that is a little bit out of the ordinary, and specifically with gin. I love gin, so I would definitely try it.
I had a roommate. It's funny they said that. I had a roommate that actually was friends with one of the developers of Long Drink. So I had some free samples, I guess I should say. So they were very good. Yeah, shout out Long Drink.
Heck yeah.
They need to be more around. They need to catch up to the seltzers.
Yeah, they just need to blast off to the moon. Ooh, something other than Bryson has joined us, and that means that something other than Bryson is at the table.
Something other than Bryson, but not. What was the nickname we had for him last time? Like Big Donkey Birdman.
Big Donkey Birdman.
Big Donkey.
Yeah. No, that one is still pretty good.
We got to come up with another one. This one we need to like give Bryson a little bit more love. I think. I don't like the Big Donkey too much.
Yeah. No,
it's too much hate for Bryson.
Yeah. I mean, we give him enough of that as it is. Yeah, we'll be thinking about that. Maybe hard seltzer bird, man. I don't know. We'll think about it. But all right, moving along. We do have a straddle and now an open to 60 here. Jeffrey says, I have a pair of twos and I would like to win this pot. And I'm under the gun, so I guess I just bet 6x, see what happens. So far, this is working all the way over to Cy in the small blind, and it will no longer work. As Cy is going to put in the 3 bets to 50, taking this up 4x. And did King Queen just get folded?
Suited.
King Queen suited just got folded here. I mean, it would have been a cold call of a pretty large 3 bet here, but yeah. I mean, and when the opener is UTG, like definitely, I think King Queen is a pretty easy fold. So just gets out of the way. Let's see if Jeffrey wants to mix it up.
Yeah, I don't really know how many light 3 bets Cy has from the small blind, facing just an undergun open.
Yeah.
But takes it down with the worst hand.
Yeah.
The deuces were good.
Sure were. Had about 1% extra equity over Cy.
And we're moving along.
Moving right along. All right, so my feed just like completely keeps dropping out every 2 seconds, but
Mine as well.
yeah, luckily I am able to keep up with y'all in the chat for the most part. But yeah, I just, for whatever reason, cannot stay connected. So if we do fall behind on the chat, please do forgive us, but feel free to keep dropping all of your chats and everything in there. If you have any questions for us, please go ahead and throw those in. We'll try to get to them. And we'll see if we can't keep this moving along. Yep. All right. I'm just going to give up on it. So, alrighty, what do we got going on now? $10 straddle out there. And Jacob going to fold. Bunch of other napkins going into the trash. Cy out of the way on the button with Queen Tray. And we do have an open now from the small blind. Christian, Jack 9 of clubs. It's a call from Anderson in the big blind and from Jeffrey in the straddle. Or perhaps I saw...
It's a favorable flop for Jeffrey.
I guess he...
queens.
Yeah, Anderson actually just folded queen, Jack 10. So yeah, Jeffrey in position, going to flop the joint. Well, the effective joint, I should say, as Christian is going to bet out 50 into a pot of 95.
Christian hasn't really found many good spots tonight, unfortunately, for him yet. He's just running into it a lot. And even a worse card for him. Now he thinks his hand might have a decent bit of showdown value, but in reality he's drawing dead to Jeffrey's turn full house, queens 4 jacks.
Yeah, so he's going to check it over, as you said, thinks he's got some showdown value, and Jeffrey getting tricky. He's going to check this back to him and maybe give Christian an opportunity to bet for value. And honestly, with front door diamonds missing, I think there's nothing that should scare you from going for value, trying to get called by a 7, maybe even a 7-8 that has now made a pair of 8s.
Yeah, that was a really good check back from Jeffrey on the turn. And see what Christian does here on the end. It's going to be tough for him to make a call, but he does have a 9 in his hand, which has some removal effects to straights, but Jeffrey could also, and a jack that removes full houses, so. He is going to make the laydown, though, the right one at that, and Jeffrey's going to take it down. Well played.
Yeah, that was a very quick fold, and obviously, I mean, that's a pretty gross spot to be in with just a pair of jacks, but didn't really give it a whole lot of thought, so not really giving Jeffrey credit for a bluff there pretty much ever. I mean,
yeah.
Right? He just was like, no, it doesn't matter, front door diamonds missed. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah,
None of the things matter.
Everything there other than him betting leads you to believe it's a bluff, given the 2 cards he had. In particular, his 2 cards were a good bluff catcher, having the jack and a 9 with no diamonds, but finds the right fold good on who was it that made the fold?
Yeah, Yeah. Sorry, I'm distracted because we're losing a ton of viewership here because it looks like the YouTube is going down for more than just us now. So yeah, we've bled a bunch of viewers here, and I still cannot get it to come back up for more than just 2 seconds. So this is clearly happening, and
So my chat keeps going, but the stream is like lagging. So I'm not sure what's going on.
I hit play, like it just totally pauses. I hit play, and it gives me 2 seconds of live video, then immediately cuts out.
Right.
And I think that we have been having a lot of similar issues for other folks because we lost half of our viewers in the last 20 seconds. All right, so YouTube is having problems. I am very sorry about that, everybody. There's nothing that we can do. It certainly seems to be out of our control, and I do apologize for that, but hopefully things will come back. You guys will be able to continue watching and seeing this broadcast in its entirety. As far as we know, this is still going out to you all live, and we will just continue along with the commentary. So if you're watching this on the archives, go ahead and leave us a chat, leave us a comment, and please do help us out. Hit that like button. But yeah, we do apologize for the problems that we're having. All right, we've made it to a turn, and someone, something, somewhere other than Bryson is going to end up with the best of it with his pair of queens. J-Stack bricks out his straight draw.
15 minutes. Right now, he can
I like Ron Lofton blaming the Russians for the lagging stream.
Yeah, that seems like the appropriate place to place the blame. I mean, it's either that or those round earthers or something. J-Stack bets 200 somewhere other than Bryson, makes the call, shows the queen, and drags the pot. As, yeah, I think of the players here at the table, someone other than Bryson is going to be one of the players that has the best chance of like picking off these J-Stack plays. Because he's got history with him and has played with him well enough. Some of these other players, maybe a little bit newer. I mean, J-Stack hasn't been on the stream and playing in the room nearly as frequently as he used to. Probably, I mean, moving on something like a 3-month or so extended hiatus for J-Stack, not playing in here all the time. And so, yeah, some of these players just not going to have the exposure, but Bryson definitely will. So we'll see if those sorts of plays continue to occur here for the remainder of the evening.
Yeah, if y'all promise to stay, we'll continue talking about the Prooper. Hang with us. We're working out our technical difficulties as best we can, and we're in great hands with our super producer, Carolyn. So hang in there. Hang with us. Watch the Prooper, do some more Scooper, and hang in there.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, I'm still just like wicked delayed here. I don't know what is happening. Let's see if I can get this caught up. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Maybe a little bit caught up. So, perfect. Here we go. We've got the Prooper with the ace-queen. Going to raise this up to 45. Gets called by the nit with a couple of eights. And Jeffrey with a suited wheel ace out of the small blind. That is a favorable flop for eights as he has the best hand and a gutter. Jeffrey checks it over. Prooper checks now. And will the nit just going to check here? I think this is definitely a spot that you're going to want to bet. Largely, the probe there with the eights would be a, just a probe. You know, see if you can get your opponent to fold 2 overs and just take down the pot. And if you do get called, then you have position and the initiative. So players very frequently going to have to check to you on future streets. But as it stands, he is just going to go check on the flop and call on the turn as the bottom card pairs. Then there's an ace on the end. So Prooper gets to see these cards for fairly cheap. And there it is. He takes away the lead. and can safely go for value. The turn bet was sort of, I would say, a merge between value and his own sort of effective probe, just trying to take it down. And now he can clearly go for value. I'd like to see something around 175 here, but maybe even larger. The front door club's missed. Yeah, he's going to go for the overbet, and I actually really like this. So Prooper going to go for what looks like, yeah, I'm repping the ace and over-repping it to the point where maybe you can look me up light.
He does also have, well, no, doesn't really matter. But William is in a tough spot here. Obviously, with just a bluff catcher, he's going to make the lay down. I do like the sizing there, though. What do you think about that?
I actually really liked it. So at first I was thinking that, you know, the ace is sort of a scary card. Like a 9 isn't going to love to see that ace on the end. So like if you want them to call, then maybe you go for a little bit smaller sizing. But because the front door club's missed, it's actually a pretty good time to go for a very polarizing bet, because if you did have just clubs, like you would be targeting your opponent's entire range, right? Like you wouldn't just be targeting a 9 necessarily. You'd be like, I want you to fold everything because I have fuck all. However, that being said, even if you did have missed clubs, because that card was an off-suited ace, like
You could have had the ace of clubs.
you could always have the ace of clubs, right? Like, yeah, your opponent could have it too, but like if you rep it in a like, hey, just call me, just call this like 2/3 pot size bet, right? You can get folds from a lot of things, and you don't have to target the entire range.
He also doesn't typically have a lot of nut flush draws too, because he was the pre-flop raiser and check the flop. So I mean, it was. And
true.
he did control the ace of clubs too, so we knew William could not have that.
That's very true.
So it's interesting.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, it didn't work out. I think maybe William isn't the guy to do 2x over bet pots for value, because you just don't get called enough. But I do like to play. And William is going all in, getting snapped off by J-Stack's kings.
Yeah, so
Immediately 2 fingers go up. But
yeah, Will's going to turn it over, and I'm not sure if he's gotten word about the holdings of the J stack just yet. He does need to hit an ace or running cards for a straight. That is not going to do it, so he needs an ace and an ace only on this first board. Brick City Knights. Kings will take the first half of the pot. And Will, one more shot at it. Can he find an ace? Not yet. Still nothing doing. Steamdola special on the turn and another queen. That's going to be Brick City all the way down the line for Will the Knit, and he's going to get belted with the kings of Jay's stack.
yeah, tough run there, just running into it.
Yeah, but bold move from Will the Knit, and he made a move similar to this in the tournament when we played the Step 2 tournament last weekend. That I was very like. I was a little bit surprised, but I was like, way to go, Will, you know, like trying some new things. So he ripped it all in on this guy's open with ace-10 off, and he actually got like lucky and sucked out and won that hand, I think. Or no, he lost that one and then just like doubled up 4 hands in a row or something silly. But in any case, yeah, Will definitely mixing in a few extra things into his little bag of goodies, his chest of tools. And it's nice to see him making moves like that.
Yeah.
Is basically what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, I agree. I haven't been playing with William enough to really call him the New York Knit that his reputation deserves, but he's always been a solid player and a tough opponent to play against at the table, so I've always respected his game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when he comes into a pot, you definitely have to like square up and be like, all right, what are we doing here? Because Will, he doesn't play a ton of hands, and now when he's in here, he's definitely going to have something. That is for sure. Alrighty, we got a raise to 45 from Anderson. He's got the ace-jack, just moved over a few spots. EC and Jeffrey in there, both players representing spades. And so, 3 ways to a flop. Let's see what we get here. Wow, couple of spades out there and a 4. So AC here has the best hand and a spade draw, but the spade draw is no good as Jeffrey controls the nut spades.
And there's a lot of spades already accounted for, so it's almost best case scenario. other than a spade coming on the turn or the river for EC, but see how he plays this with a bet and a call in front of him.
Yeah, this is a spot where you're oftentimes going to have a ton of equity, but you just might not think of like a bunch of turn or river cards can just be like, am I still good or not, right?
This is one of the turns that he's probably going to think he's good on. The
Yeah,
offsuit
this,
6.
This one's quite good. Quite good. Unless unless somebody had deuce 5 and J-Stack is not in the hand, so very unlikely. So,
And he's
yeah.
gonna take the lead.
I don't hate this.
I don't hate it either.
Yeah, so it's often hard to define what a good donking range is, but the 6 of diamonds here is particularly good for him, not just for the hand that he has, but the fact that he had called the initial raise out of the straddle. So he is the one who is going to have like 5-7 and 5 deuce. Like, well, the other players are just not going to have that.
Yeah, he could also have something like 5-4 spades too. He doesn't have to have only value hands there. He can have bluffs.
Exactly, but
which is the reason, like, of the constructing the donk range is very tough because it's hard to do it with both value hands and bluffs, and that is a spot where you can really find a donk because you can do it with both your value hands and bluffs.
Exactly.
So, yeah, very nicely done by AC.
Yeah, I think that so far is one of the best plays that we've seen this evening, just in terms of like, just like a raw understanding of what to do there. Don't go for a check, and then hope that someone else is going to bet. Just go ahead and lead right out. So maybe a little bit nuanced, but there you have it. Alrighty, raise to 55 here from Jeffrey out of the hijack. Rupert on a couple of 7s is going to cold call this from the small blind after J-Stack did the same out of the cutoff. Will the Nit had a 7 as well, so Prooper Scooper drawn a little bit thin for a set, but he does have the best hand at the moment. And he will continue to have, no, he will not. J-Stack has flopped. I was like, oh, that's a 6-high board, so 7s are not good, actually.
Wait, there's this guy named J-Stack in the hand. He could probably hit a 6-high board.
Yep, you are absolutely right. 6-high boards are this man's speciality. He's going to double check just to make sure that, yes, indeed, I flopped the nizzles. And checky over to him. He bets 45, and Prooper going to go for the check raise with 2 7s.
Yeah, this might save Prooper some money, but I don't know about this. We'll see. Prooper hasn't done much wrong on the stream, but let's see how this one pans out for him.
If J-Stack just calls, I don't think this saves Prooper any money, because I think Prooper is going to continue on any card that is not a heart, 4 or 5, and that's going to be a good chunk of the deck. If J-Stack does go for the raise, which he does not, then that could have. But yeah, I think the Prooper is very likely to continue betting for value here. I mean, if he thought that this check raise was for value, then what does a 9 of clubs do?
Yeah, no, I agree. This is not good for the Prooper. Let's see if he can play it properly. Looks like that's a lot of chips.
But I never go.
J-Stack is loving a life with still the nuts. Wonder if he smooths calls here or decides to put in the raise. I would like to see a raise out of J-Stack here, especially with his image and how many bluffs he could have here. A raise could be in order. Prooper also looks pretty strong as well. So when you have the nuts and someone looks pretty strong and you can have bluffs, you probably want to be putting in more money.
Yeah, that's not a bad option. The other thing, though, is that the SPR is going to go to 1 if you just call, or just about 1 if you just call. And so it'll be easy to get the money in on the end. However, there are opportunities for that to be a scary card. The same 4, 5, or heart coming off, putting a one-liner or a heart flush draw out there could kill that action. So going for it now is sort of a nice angle to take. And yeah, and I think this is something that we all kind of run ourselves into at different times. You know, you're sitting there and you're like, wait a minute, is this the time where I should be check raising it all in or jamming it in or whatever now because there's still a card to come, or should I be waiting? And it's tricky. It's a fine line to walk.
This is where you need the real-time help. Where's the random number generator? What's my frequency here of raising this turn?
Yeah, you just gotta start flipping some coins in the old noggin. And the Prooper is now put in a tough spot here because this pot has gone up to, because J-Stack's money is all being counted, not just the effective stack for Prooper. The pot is reading 2.1, but in essence, that is actually $300 heavy, so call it 1.8. Prooper, call 1.1 for a pot that goes up to 3.9. Let's call it 4. So, sorry, 3. So, yeah, he needs 3 to 1, and 7s, he says, just doesn't have enough. And he lets it go.
Good fold, Prooper.
Yeah, Prooper gonna dodge it. Didn't step in it this time.
He did get away cheaper, though.
Yeah.
So maybe the check raise and continue did save him some money. I don't know. We'll see.
Well,
Who knows?
I mean, if
Who
he
knows?
check calls and then a 9 comes off and he check calls and then folds
probably
to a
checked.
river bet, but yeah, maybe he doesn't fold. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows?
We'll never know on TCH Live. Gotta bust out the movie voice every once in a while. Alrighty, we're gonna go ahead and continue along here as somebody other than Bryson is under the gun and he's messing with the all-in call buttons, not straddling. There it is. There's the straddle. All right, it's in. It's across the line.
Somebody, something, somewhere other than Bryson.
Yep. And all right, we've recovered a good chunk of our viewers, so thank you guys for coming back. However, my video keeps dropping out, so you know that's awesome. But yeah, we are glad that you all are with us. We hope that you are enjoying yourselves, and if you are having the same problems that I am sorry, but I hope that you will hang in there with us. We are just about 9 likes shy of the 100 like mark. I know that it's tough to ask for likes when we are just kind of struggling along, but we do appreciate you being with us here tonight, and we hope that if you enjoy this program, that you will help us out. Hit that like button. Alrighty, let's take a look-see here as Prooper on the button is going to go for a 7.5x with ace-5 offsuit. Really going to try to push his opponents out of the way. And J-Stack, who folded the better hand to him earlier, says, not this time, buddy. You showed me 6-4 of spades that one time when I had ace-5 of spades. You up to something. And he's not wrong. But J-Stack with the slightly better hand of ace-7 offsuit up against the ace-5.
This is going to be interesting, but power position's really going to play an effect here, especially against these two hands. These two hands, it's going to be a chop a lot of the time, but we'll see here that most likely it's going to go bet fold on most flops. So,
Yep.
Prooper, Scooper.
Yeah, the
Scooping
Prooper will
another.
Scooper. Yeah, and he has, by and large, sort of dipped, dodged, ducked, whatever at the appropriate times tonight. I took down a couple of pots, just making good hands, and yeah, didn't pay off the all-in there from the J-Stack just a little bit ago. Takes that one down with the large raise with ace-5. So yeah, he's zigging and zagging, making some moves out here tonight.
Continually making the Prooperly right decision.
Absolutely.
What's up, Dante?
Yeah, Dante in a hizzy. What's going on, my man? Hopefully the teeth are feeling better. How's the old jaw doing, buddy?
Yeah, Dante seems to be like a cool dude. I actually have never like really played against him or with him like much at all. But I see him in the community, and I see that he's a good player and a formidable opponent. So seems like a decent dude as well.
Yeah, Dante's great, man, for sure. Joshua Jones, he says, at Aaron, can you get a heads-up battle between J-Stack and the Prooper? Well, we're getting it here on fairly regular, at a fairly regular frequency. So whether or not they play heads-up for rolls or just for the thousands of dollars that they have in front of them, you are going to get to witness at least some of that action. Christian here, who's been out of the loop for a minute, is going to be up against J-Stack, who has not been out of the loop. He's played just about every hand. And he's going to flop a gutter here with backdoor hearts that are no good as Christian controls the nut hearts and 2 overcards. There's a 9, though. J-Stack just going to pair up on the turn, as you do, and take the lead. Jordan Patrick here. J-Stack is the kind of guy with a full shopping cart of Hot Pockets at Walmart. Oh, my God. The stuff that you guys come up with sometimes, just, it makes me smile.
Quality content.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, my God. I still will never forget the first time that I saw that image of that immensely obese woman sitting on the little scooter like at Walmart, just eating, like housing an entire block of cheese. She just like fistful of a block of cheese, and she's just like nomming into it. Like, you know that website, like People of Walmart or whatever? Have you ever seen that? No? Oh my God, it's just photographs of people of just that far down on the bell curve of humanity that just shopping at Walmart. It's amazing. It's truly amazing. Yeah,
Lord, I'm sure that has some good material in there.
Oh, absolutely. Alrighty, Jacob here. He's got ace queen offsuit. He is going to raise this up after Jeffrey limped it from early position. And Sai.
A pair of cowboys and is going to be 3-betting here.
And this was a 6x open from Jacob too, so this is gonna balloon up this pot here pretty quick.
Yeah, it's a good spot for Sai, having second best, facing a 6x open.
Jacob here has not really gotten involved in too many pots that went 3 bets pre. So he's had ace jack a number of times and was able to just sort of have a single open, got called in a few spots, and then just, play whether he made his hand or not. So it'll be very interesting to see what he does here. Sai has been one of the more aggressive players. Wow, Jacob just lets it go. Okay, wow. He is just not going to play a large pot.
You say Sai's been one of the more aggressive players. He has been, but he hasn't played too many hands. And his hands he's played aggressively. But he hasn't played too many hands, and I don't know if Jason who was the opponent, knows Sai's game very well, but
yeah. No, that's all fair, and I wasn't trying to necessarily paint a picture of Sai as being like a wild maniac, as much as like when Sai has come into pots, it's largely been as 3-bets.
This is true.
And so it can really depend, right? Like if you're the sort of opponent where you're sitting at the table and you're watching and you're seeing like, okay, this guy like limps or this guy 3-bets a lot, right? Those things can really factor into how you respond to these things, and could have gotten him into a lot of trouble if he was one of those players that was just like watching, like this guy always comes in for a 3-bet and like he can't always have it. Well, maybe he can, right? There's also just card distribution where they can, and he had it at that time, but that can sometimes come back to bite you in the ass. I know that that's happened to me, where I've been sitting at a tournament table, and it's just like, dude, this guy's opening every freaking hand. Like, he can't have it every time, and then I try to get spicy, and he just has it.
Right.
And, like, then I find out later after I, like, rebuy and get the same seat that I'm like, this guy's an Omega Knit, and, like, he just had it every time, and I thought he was some dude, like, spazzing.
Right.
Yeah, so you got to be
Tournaments
careful with
are
these
sometimes
reads.
super interesting like that, because you don't have any reads on your opponents, and they just start like playing 75% of hands and having it every time. It's very tough to exploit those type of opponents.
And even just adjust, like whether or not you can exploit them, like put yourself into a world where you're like, I am exploiting this player, but just like how to adjust to like, this guy is just like raising all the time, and I'm like, bro, like, okay, your streak of heat has lasted for X number of hours or hands or whatever, and you're just running people over. Like, should I even be pushing back here with like a pair of 9s? I normally would, but this time should I? And it's weird. But Jacob here has flopped the stone colds up against Christian's 9s, and Christian is like, no, it's okay. That board totally hits my range, so I'm going to bet my 9s. And Jacob's like, yeah, bro, it totally hit your range. And I have the nizzles, so I'm going to check call you and hope that you keep firing on future streets. Christian needs to dodge a 9. He does. Queen. And that's going to be really good for Jacob, or Jacob's range, so not good for Christian to continue putting any chips in here. And yeah, Jacob's actually going to lead out at that. He's like, this is getting a little bit weird.
He doesn't want any action killing cards on the end, too. Wants to get value from an ace in particular there, I guess.
Yeah, an ace is very frequently going to check back. So that's a similar situation to what we saw before. Both of these times, the instance was that the player had value, and therefore their leading for value sort of maybe skews it a little bit. But if we had seen either of those players lead with a bluff, because
or like a diamond draw, or a pair and a gutter, something like that.
Or just bottom, bottom pair. Like,
right.
Just like taking that hand, turning it into a bluff because the turn card was such an effective.
Good card for their range.
Yeah, improvement on your equity. Yeah, exactly. All right, David Dante, he says, wasn't Prestige on? Question mark. Well, the answer is yes, he was for a brief moment in time. Actually, he lasted for a while. The Prestige was with us for over an hour. And
made some good plays. Just unfortunately ran into a flopped set in a 3-bet pot. So.
Yeah, that was a tricky one. And Anderson was the recipient of the final Prestige dollars. And now we're on to this hand, as J-Stack has the effective nuts, but he folds it. And he's going to let Jeffrey and someone other than Bryson go at it. King 5 was a pretty tough hand.
Yeah,
here,
and Jeffrey and Bryson also both blocked the nut King 5, so they weren't really scared. So it adds up.
Yeah. Okay, so somebody other than Bryson here is going to flop the best of it with a pair of jacks.
Something, someone, somewhere. Somewhere.
I like somewhere other than Bryson.
Somewhere other than Bryson.
Yeah. He's going to just bet and take it down, as his opponent had just 5 high, same as what he started pre-flop with. And someone other than Bryson is up at the top, 2.5K in front of him. So, yeah, just about halfway through the broadcast, and the stacks have grown up to 2.5K. That sounds just about right. Sometimes we have stacks up a little bit bigger by this time, other times even a little bit smaller. But every time you know that there's going to be a lot of money on the table, even in a game that seemingly should be playing relatively modestly, 2-5. I mean, those are the blinds. But here in Texas, especially at Texas Card House, you know that this game is going to play like a 5-10 or a 10-20 any place else in the country. I mean, you go to a say a 5-10 game somewhere else with a 1K max, or a 10-20, which God forbid would ever have a 2K max, but I mean, imagine that it exists, or a 3K max. 10-20 with a 3K max, that's this game.
Yeah, Texas is crazy. I come from a casino background in poker. And I started out playing like the 1-2, 1-3 streets, where it's $300, $500 maximum buy-ins, and I came to Texas and played in the 1-3, which is now the 2-5 game, and the 2-5 game is just bigger than any of the 5-10 casino games I've played in. Like it's crazy. These 2-5 streets out in Texas.
Yeah, for sure. Yes,
to match the stack really gets money on the table pretty quickly.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. It's just like I would love to see an average, like just like a scatter plot or whatever. Maybe not a scatter plot, but like just a graph of like starting from 1K, or just like the total amount of
money on the table.
Money on the table, and just like how quickly it goes up, and just like plot it day after day after day.
Especially without like the rake too, also of money coming off the table. Like the money that gets on these tables is just absolutely absurd for the blinds. If you're to compare to like casino 2-5, is really insane.
Absolutely. All right, we got J-Stack dropping his stuff in the chat here. He came in to comment about the head tattoo and saying that no one hates him at the gym. So, all right, he's getting a little bit of reaction for all of this stuff that has been said in the chat. And then he says that he gets into some craziness for y'all and points at the camera. So I guess we can expect a big J-Stack hand to happen at any moment. This could be it. He's got Jack Deuce. He's got the old Choctaw Nuts suited variety, and he's going up against Anderson and Jacob.
I'm feeling like a deuce queen flop.
That could do it as it stands.
My wish can't come true every time.
Jacob here is going to flop the best of it, a pair of 9s, which is second pair on board. Bet a 25 from Anderson, who does have quite a few turn cards that can give him increased equity. But no, it's another 7 on the turn and a club at that. So we got a full Badoogie out there and checks all the way through now. 4 clubs on the end. Jacob will win this if we get to showdown.
Wouldn't be a bad time for the camera point bluff. But
no, I think
not in the 2 opponents there, I guess.
Yeah, we are in a 15-minute delay, so if J-Stack was saying that not too long after said craziness occurs, I think we may have to wait another hand or two. But as that stands, Jacob does take that one down. And yeah, everybody here up over $800. Christian holding down the fort at the bottom, $825 in his stack, all the way up to the top there, sitting up at 2.5K plus. Mikey Luck, AA Ron busts out the scatter plot reference. Yep, no, I have been a data analyst for a large part of my career. That was a big chunk of what I did, doing experiments and plotting up all the data and stuff. So yeah, I know my way around a spreadsheet. I know my way around.
You know way around R coefficients.
You know it, man. You know it. So. Yeah, but those days are on hold. And here I am hanging out with all of y'all, doing some live stream commentary, playing the good game of poker. Cy here, he's got Queen Jack suited, and he's going to open this up. $35 to go.
It is a free country.
Jeffrey's got a real hand on the button. His king offsuit.
This is just going to go call, and we'll hopefully see a flop, unless the scooper gets a little dangerous with his suited queen.
Yeah, nope. The Prooper's done with it. Skies out, thighs out, J-Stack in the back there. Ooh, he's got some sort of beverages going on. I see.
A slappy, splashy call from Cy. Not the strongest call I've ever seen in the world. And a king high flop that's all black. It's probably just going to be a check fold. Jeffrey, you can take it down. Sign yourself up for $217.
Yeah, lefty wagers $12. I think Cy is going to fold. You'd call for $12, right?
Yeah, of course. You got a backdoor trip draw, backdoor 2-pair draw, backdoor straight draw. Like, I mean, you got the whole world for $12.
Yeah, no, tell me about it. Yeah. Oh, boy. All right, just lost my YouTubes once again. Go ahead and hit the refresh, see if I can get locked back in to the real times. All right. Yeah, I'm going to have to just go for the full reload. All right, I believe you. All right, Gordon's going to step out for just a second. We're going to move along here. As, Dante says, just got my second COVID shot today. Well, I've had some people telling me that with the old Pfizer and Moderna, the double dose vaccine varieties, that those can lead to some pretty nasty side effects, make you feel like you are really under the weather. So let me know how you're doing there, as at some point I might be getting one of those myself. I guess we'll see. All right, what do we got here? Somewhere other than Bryson, 6-5 of diamonds. He's going to open this up from early position. Cy going to 3-bet him. He's got ace-king yet again. And J-Stack, he's got 5-3 of clubs. He's going to flat call this. This is the type of hand that J-Stack does the most damage with. And this could be the hand that he was talking about. He gets in there. Prooper is going to fold a C7 tray. He's going to let it go. And somewhere other than Bryson is going to make the call. We're going to go 3 ways to a flop, and J-Stack has 5 high, so he's probably going to win this hand. I see a 4, a 3, and a 10 out there. And what do you know? Somewhere other than Bryson's got an up and down straight draw aside, 2 overs, and J-Stack, the best hand at the moment in terms of pure value, does have bottom pair. His equity holdings are somewhere in the 1/3 department. Check. Sai is going to continue with the 2 overs. See if he can whittle the field down to 1 maybe. J-Stack is going to call though. Bottom pair, backdoor straight, and flush draws. Bryson's getting a good price here. I think a flat call is in order. He could also go for the raise though, and that seems to be what he's got in mind. What do you think about taking a hand that has this much equity and going for the check raise?
It definitely has merit. Your opponents can fold more. You're taking over the betting lead. It is a little bit fishy on this drive aboard, especially once it goes bet and call. They can be definitely raised a little wider here. But in this particular situation, it's going to work out pretty well, especially turning the diamond is an easy continue card. Now he's got a straight and a flush draw.
Yeah, J-Stack, though, calling that bet pre.
There's just not many value hands that Bryson is representing on the flop. Other than sets and like 4-3 in particular is a 2-pair. But he is going to get it through.
Yeah,
and,
he rips it.
This is the power of aggression in the game of No Limit Texas Hold'em.
Yeah.
If you bet and you put money in the pot, your opponents can fold, and you can win without ever having to show down your hand. So Bryson displayed that perfect. I mean, something, somewhere, somewhat other than Bryson takes it down.
Yeah. We got Jeff Chillin tuning in from Dar es Salaam, East Africa. Good game, boys. Keep the action coming. That is fantastic stuff, man. Thank you very much for joining us. And, yeah, so then we got a couple of folks here chiming in about the side effects of the vaccine. Dante saying no side effects just yet. Mikey had his second Moderna with no issues. And Jiggy says the same. So, yeah, I've got a buddy who took the second one, and he said he feels like he's got full-on flu. Like he's just body aches last night, kept waking up in the middle of the night feeling like he had a fever, although he did not have one. So, yeah, treating people differently, I guess, depending on who takes it and which one you take. So, interesting to hear these stories. Alrighty, so, yeah, we're going to move right along here. $5 big blind, $10 straddle, and looks like Sai has gotten up and moved away from the table for the moment.
Leaving a baby stack of greens in the rail.
Yeah.
What angle is he trying to pull? What angle?
Yeah. He's like, no, bro, this is all I got. I got like 1,300 here. Psych, 1,600, bitch. What's the worst angle that you've ever been victim of?
I fortunately haven't been angled too many times, but the biggest angle I had was someone lying about their hand at Showdown. There was a pot, pretty big. It was on a river. It was a big polarizing bet on the end, and I checked, and I had ace high. I was calling with ace king high down, and I called, and the person like announced like pair, 2-pair, or straight or something, or like straight or something like that. And they had their cards like this with their opponent like up, and they had nothing. They had like a queen high or something. They had a missed straight or flush draw. And I was like, I need you to show me. I want to see it before I muck my hand. And he then lays it down. I was like, oh, I misread my hand or something. And I was like, all right.
Wow.
And then showed. I was also interested because it was a super light call, and
you were right.
And it was right, and it was getting angled.
Wow.
So I'm happy I asked for him to show it down, or else I would have never have known. But
yeah,
this is why you always get people to show
so
their
we
hand.
are full on frozen here, as far as I can tell on my screen. So things don't look good. I'm not sure if any of y'all are still hearing me or what is going on, as it looks like we're live on the YouTubes, as long as that can be trusted. But the fact that I can barely get this thing to hold
Yeah, it doesn't look
video
like
for very long. I don't know. We're gonna try something here. All right, super producer Carolyn is on the case. We're going to try to get this unfrozen and up and going. Yeah, we do have other people here saying that they are seeing frozen video. So, yeah, not to worry. Super producer Carolyn is on the case. She is going to try to get this fixed. And you're just going to hang out and listen to me and Gordon shoot the shit and talk poker stories here for a little bit. So, yeah, in terms of the angles, right, like the one that I've seen probably the most frequently is the one where people claim that they haven't looked at their cards.
Yeah.
Or that they only looked at one or whatever. I saw just on Sunday. It was in the Step 2 tournament, and there was a guy that claimed that he'd only looked at one card. Someone calls, and he has kings, but he does it in a way where he turns over the king. He's like, "That's the one I saw." Turns over the other one. He's like, "Oh wow, kings!" And it's like, you're so full of shit. Like, we know what you're doing, but the callers, and they're like, "Wait a minute." That was pretty gross.
Yeah, it's kind
and
of
it's just filthy.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting gray area too. There's a famous hand that kind of floats around like Instagram and other like poker feeds that I'm sure you look at. But it's a hand between Tony G and Phil Hellmuth, and Tony announced that he hadn't looked at his hand.
Yep.
And Phil, and it like shoved all in or something, had like ace king, and Phil calls with like ace jack or something, completely dominated. And Tony's like, "It's a part of the game, like, you know, like you don't have to listen to me," like, and Phil gets super tilted or whatever. But
Yeah, they're just
it's definitely an interesting debate. I'm not like really a fan of people who angle or try to, you know, say something to get an edge. But like at the end of the day, when you're at a poker table, like you can't really trust anybody, and everybody's your enemy. So I hate to say that. I love playing with all you guys, but you're my enemy when you're at the poker table. And
well, yeah, I mean, an enemy is a strong word, but they're definitely an opponent, right? I mean, like, we're all trying to take each other's money. It is a game where and it is a zero-sum game. And zero-sum games, more than anything else, create the tangibility of, like, this is actual, like, game theory in action. Like, it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you want me to think. Like, we can't both, like, you know, keep our mouths shut to the FBI and like both take the minimum sentence here. No, we're both going to rat out the other guy. We're both always going to be trying to take each other's money, and there's no like, you know, trying to cooperate or something at the table. It just doesn't happen. But yeah, no, the angle shoots, when I see it, like, I definitely almost always call it out. Like, if it's like subtle enough to where like the other people at the table either just weren't paying attention or whatever, and especially if the guy gets felted, right, then I'm just like, cool, bro, like, suck it, like, you just got felted.
Yeah.
And the guy with the kings, he ended up, he did get felted as well. Someone spiked an ace and beat him. But you know, super producer Carolyn.
I'm just gonna do squats.
Okay.
Is it seriously like 10 minutes?
Okay. All right. So we are going to go ahead and restart everything, if any of you all can even hear me to begin with. But if you can.
They said audio was still working.
Okay, perfect. All right. So audio's still good. We're just going to keep doing that. We do have to do a full reboot. So we had a nuclear meltdown inside of the computer, and we're going to need to go ahead and start things over. That requires us to go for a couple of minutes here, dead space, which means that me and Gordon are just going to keep shooting the shit. So if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. I'm going to try to refresh my page here and hopefully keep up with what's going on.
I guess the big poker news today we can talk about. The WSOP getting announced for September through September through October or something like that.
Exactly. Yes. So I haven't looked at the full schedule. I know they just dropped it now. And did they release a full schedule, or is it just the dates?
I haven't looked. I heard about it as soon as I walked into the card house.
Yeah.
Of people already booking hotel rooms and such like that. So it's news to me. I don't know much about it, but I heard rumors of it before leaking out that it was going to be in early fall. So rumors confirmed, and the World Series is going to be held in the fall.
Okay, Mitch here saying that no schedule yet. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't too sure exactly whether the announcement had come with some sort of tentative schedule or something, or if it was just an announcement of the dates, but sounds like just the dates. And Man, that is fantastic stuff. So, have you been to WSOP before?
I've never been. I've only been to Vegas once. I've got a planned trip coming at the end of June, but we'll see. I don't know if I'm going to be firing, especially in the main event this year, but I might make a trip out there and check out the scene, but we'll see.
Very cool.
Yeah. Have you ever been?
I've been many times. So, as I've mentioned on many occasions over the course of my sort of tenure here, that I started out as a tournament player. That was my background. And yeah, so I don't know. My first WSOP was, gosh, how long ago was that? A long time ago. I mean, I feel like it was back in the 2007 type time frame, something like that. And just went out there and played like a couple of smaller events. You know, it's like a 1K entry or something of that nature. And just, I mean, there is nothing like it. I mean, the sea of people inside of the Rio, just like constantly trying to like make it to their table or the registration desk or any of it. I mean, it's immense.
It almost
feels so cool.
Sounds like bad, like just a swamp of people and like a chaos.
So now it does, but because of COVID, we've sort of become conditioned to think of that as like this awful thing. And yes, it was very inconvenient. Like, just subtract from your mind COVID and the dangers of being around that many people, and just put yourself in a place of like, no, this is fine. This is just the way the world was.
Right.
It was so inconvenient and challenging to make things happen. The second that the clock went to break, for example, like if you were still in a hand or something, you were fucked. You're not using the bathroom, bro. It's not happening. So you would either have to leave the table like with just like a hand to go and like try to get to the bathroom before then, or you would have to know where some of the like special spots were. For a while, it used to be that you could go to the smoking area and there was like a barbecue food truck, like that did burgers and like some other things at the back of the pavilion or whatever. So you would like beeline out there, and they had all these like trucks set up with like, it was basically porta potties. Then they had another smoking section out on the other side where you could find some porta johns as well. So like if you beeline to those, sometimes you would beat the rush. And those, so you needed to know those little tricks of the trade. And now that they're not going to be doing it at the Rio anymore, I don't know, what that all is going to look like. Maybe the logistics of using the bathroom on breaks is going to be tangibly better. Who knows? We'll have to see what that all shakes out to be. But yeah. No, but it is so
It'd be
freaking
interesting
cool
to like kind of
All they need is
like
that.
have like field like parts on like different like minutes of the levels, so the bathroom breaks would be scattered. Like if you have that many tables, you could section it into like different groups, and then like have like one thing go on break like 15 minutes before it. I don't know, but
No, absolutely. That's what they did at Hard Rock Hollywood.
Oh, really?
And that's what they'll be doing almost certainly again when I'm down there at the end of this month, as they stagger the break. And now it's because it's like the importance of like having the social distancing, right? Of like, we can't have all these people standing in line and using the restroom or whatever, so let's stagger it and spread it out. It's like they should have been doing that
before,
They should have been doing that before. And people have said this, right? I mean, this isn't new. This isn't just like some like, but you're absolutely right. It's a fantastic idea, and the fact that they've implemented it at all should lead them to be able to do this on these larger scales. And they should stagger it over the course of an hour, right? Like, it will, in a very small way, affect like your experience as a player in the tournament, because like your break hits 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, right, depending on how much you stagger this out before the other players that go on break. So now like there's 15 minutes where I'm like using the bathroom, having a cigarette, whatever, and these other people are playing and busting out. But like that's not going to affect the game in the long run. Like we're all taking the break just at different times. So it doesn't really change anything. So the people that have some sort of argument based on like, oh, well, blah, 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 those people aren't even playing and I'm over here and I busted out, like they can forget about it, right? It's not a big deal. And it's fantastic for mitigating the logistical hell that is everybody trying to use the bathroom at the same time. All right. So thank you to everybody who is sticking with us. I know that this is sort of frustrating for all of y'all, and I sympathize. But thank you for the people that are sticking with us, and hopefully we can keep you entertained. So who's got a question for us? Drop it in the chat. We'll see if we can't get that going. But back to this idea of WSOP coming up. What do you think the chances are that you'll go out there to play an event or two?
I think there's a chance I'll go out and play an event. I think the biggest chance for me is going out there and getting a hotel room and playing in some cash games. I can never turn down a cash game. I don't study the tournaments as much as someone like you or other tournament grinders, so I definitely take some shots in tournaments, but I've heard the cash games around the WSOP get juicy, and that's what my mainstay would be out there this year. I do want to play the main event in the future, and that's definitely on the bucket list and the dream list. But maybe, taking just a trip out there and playing in one of the lower side events and getting a bearing for everything and playing in some cash games, I see as almost just as beneficial than just firing a 10K bullet into the main event.
Yeah, well, there are so many different tournaments, right, that it's like the world is your oyster. There's everything from like $500 tournaments to 10K to 100K to 1 million. I mean, like, there's just everything in between. So there's lots of opportunities for you to go out and just sort of dip a toe in the water. The main event, there's nothing quite like it, and unfortunately for myself, I've only played it one time. And that is something that I was very much looking forward to last year and didn't have the opportunity, right? As with everyone else, that we were just on lockdown and it didn't happen. So very much looking forward to going back out, taking my shot in the main event once again, and hopefully doing a little bit better than a day one finish this time around. But yeah, just fantastic. There's nothing like the WSOP. And I, for one, I am ready for it. I think that it's time for it to happen. Yes, there are going to be problems. There are going to be problems with people trying to travel and having hiccups at the airports and with customs, and who knows what the hell they're going to be requiring or not requiring, or what all that from a political standpoint is going to be. People are going to get sick. People are going to take off all their clothes and run around the room and throw shoes at each other. Like, that shit happens every year. People do crazy shit. People get sick. People do whatever. It's going to happen. We should buckle in now. We should know it now. And we should still be fucking stoked that it's going to happen, because it is high time for the WSOP to come back. It is high time for us to all get out there and try to win some money on a world scale, winning a bracelet in person with all these other people, none of this online shit, grinding against some dude in Norway. No, it's here. It's in the U.S. It's in Vegas, and we're playing for that shit. It is time.
No hiding behind the computer screen.
That's right. Well, I mean, I say this because it's like, no, we could do. I will fare far better playing against all the people that show up live than just getting behind a computer and playing against the guy from Norway.
No, I agree.
All right, let's take a look here at the chat. Anybody got a good question for us in here? Just trying to see if I can pick that out of here. Poker for a living. I get sick at the Rio every year pre-COVID. LOL. Yeah, I mean, that is definitely a thing. So here's one other hot take that I've got just about the Rio.
So maybe they should wear masks at the Rio at the main every time, or at the World Series every time.
Dude, let me tell you. So I went to the WSOP a couple years ago, and I had a buddy that was staying there, a good friend of mine. And he didn't want to share an Airbnb or whatever, so I got an Airbnb, and this was just for his own personal reasons. No, I mean, COVID wasn't a thing a couple of years ago, right? So I was like, whatever. I already booked the Airbnb. I'm staying there. Then he had this room at the Rio, and then I ended up changing my plans, and I was going to stick around for a little bit longer to play a couple more events and hang out with them. And so he had a double room or whatever. He's like, you can stay with me. So I go and stay with him in this room. This bed was I've never slept on a mattress this fucked up in my entire life. It was like someone 800 pounds or something had slept in the bed. I don't know how you do this to a mattress, but I'm telling you that the bed was just a diagonal crossway. So like you couldn't sleep on it without rolling down the thing. It was unbelievable. I mean, the springs were just completely crushed on one side. And I mean, there was talk about like, what was it, rubella or some shit in the air conditioning? Like, I mean, it was getting kind of weird. Like, it was like, what is going on in this place? At the end of the day, I am glad to see that they're moving to a different venue, and I hope that there is nothing but good, well-managed, and quality hotel rooms and whatever at their new venue. So we'll see if that can happen. Poker for a living. This is the Fish, by the way. I was on the Monday Night 510 stream showing you guys love. Hey, man, poker for a living. What's up, dude? Yeah, that's Anthony, the Fish. He joined us here for a stream or two. Well, yeah, he played on a couple streams here in town and the 510 here at TCH, and definitely got to tangle up with him on the felt in the 2-5 game. Very nice guy. So good to see you here in the chat. Thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, he even got the opportunity to stack me on Monday night. So
oh yeah, that's right. He was part of that big one on the second go around.
Yeah.
When you once again got it in good and couldn't fade all the outs.
Yeah, getting in good and in quotation marks in both those scenarios. But
yeah, definitely.
Happy to have you join us, Mr. Fish.
Legionnaire's disease in the aircon. That's what it was, Gary. Thank you for clarifying. Legionnaires. Yeah, dude. It was like, what the fuck, man? Like, are you serious? This is for real? So, all right. Poker for a living. Anthony, that's Gordon up in here. Gordon, the Godon. He was the gentleman that you felted in that big 6K pot? Five or 6K pot.
It was like 6 or 7K.
I think it was 6. Yeah,
at least 6.
When like all told, when he shipped it, I think it was 6 because you'd rebought for
coins called
2.
as well too. So it was 2K, 2K, 2K.
Yep.
Yeah, so it was at least 6K.
Yeah. All right.
Queen Jack? Queen Jack?
Hey, Stephen Tixay in the chat. Gordon equals certified fish. Well, always a hot take from Stephen, man. Mr. Delivery,
Yeah,
he is always gonna always gonna dish out the shade. Oh boy. All right,
This is why I'm in the booth tonight, Stephen.
Yeah, he's too
I can't
fishy.
lose money back here.
That's right. Oh man. Well, so Steven, I'm going to run into Steven and several other gents down in Florida. So coming up here in 3 weeks, we're all going to be down in Hollywood, Florida, playing at Hard Rock Hollywood for the WPT main that is coming right back just 2 months after the last one. And man, I'll tell you what, so they had a $1 million guarantee, $5 million in the prize pool. First place was 800 and some thousand. Going to go back, give it another shot. I cashed last time, as you all heard about. I cashed. Yeah, that was a running joke for a little while. But hopefully going to make that happen again and hopefully get a final table. I would love to make a deep run, and that is definitely the tournament to do it in. So see if we can make that happen. And I know that Steven's going to be out there. I know that
is Steven going to be out in Hard Rock with you all?
Steven Tixay?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr.
Oh,
Delivery.
nice,
Oh,
nice,
absolutely,
nice,
yeah.
nice.
In fact, he was trying to organize a little get-together, Airbnb sitch, and just kind of felt like everybody already had their own plans and like what was going on. I booked a Airbnb like the second that I knew I was going because I was like,
dang, y'all, thanks for the invite. I guess Certified Fish, y'all feel like was just,
yeah,
burning money asking me to come down to Florida to play poker. So
dude,
I appreciate y'all not inviting me.
I'm gonna belated invite you right now because your fish dollars are welcome in the prize pool.
Yeah,
so.
I can donate to the prize pool. I don't know what y'all want. But,
yeah. Well, I mean, if you want to come, dude, that would be sick. Because there's gonna be a hot grip of people down there fucking playing this tournament, and not just like my friends and people that are well known in the community, whatever, but just like that shit blew the f up. $5 million in a 1K or $1 million guarantee prize.
That's
5x'd it.
That's
they're going up to $2 million. I don't think they're gonna just like 5x it again and go to 10, but it is gonna be a massive showing. Everybody saw the turnout from last time, and everybody wants a piece. They had overflow into the poker room last time. So that, you know, there was like the whole convention area where they were hosting it, and then they had overflow into the poker room for day 2 because they were like capping the day 1s just about like had a wait list just to keep things going. And then on day 2, they had too many qualifiers to fit in the damn convention area, had to overflow into the poker room. So anyways, a lot of people going to be out there. It's going to be fantastic. You should come. Everybody listening should come. And let's make this tournament one for the ages. All right, we're back into the action. Hopefully everybody can see this. If you can, give us a 1 in the chat that we are live, back and kicking. Got Anderson here with a couple of aces. I don't see a board yet, but we'll get that scanned in here shortly. As AC, got a couple of 8s.
Aces, and Sai has kings.
Yeah.
Oh, Sai did flop top set, and Anderson flopped the nut flush draw.
And what is AC doing in here?
AC flopped the nuts.
Oh, he's got the nuts. Sai has top set. Oh, I should have said.
Flop Broadway.
Yeah, and Anderson has the nut flush draw. Okay, wow. So all of these players with a massive piece.
Everybody has, it's almost an even split equity-wise. Well, now AC turns a set with the nuts.
Yeah.
But that's no good. It's actually good for him because now it's less cards that can pair the board for Sai.
Exactly.
AC has got to be loving life right here in this spot.
Sai continuing betting, though, so he is trying to build this pot for when he connects. This is the thing where it's like when a board is this connected and you have several players coming along for the ride, like you aren't necessarily like, I'm betting for value now because I have the best hand. It's like if these people came along with you, somebody's got either a ton of equity or already has a straight, which you're losing to.
It's all going to get in here right now because Sai's going to call, and that's going to price Anderson in. So we're going to have a massive, massive 4K plus bomb pot here, a Bruin on our TCH Live.
This is what happens in these bomb pots as well. Like, I'm actually surprised. Well, okay, I'm not surprised. The reason is that it's single board. What happens all the time in the 2-5 streets here at TCH Austin is that you get these double board bomb pots where, like, 4 people have all their money in, like, every bomb pot. It's just, like, without question, at least 2 players are getting all the money in, if not 3 or 4. Very rare occasion when it somehow doesn't end up that way. But here we go. We got 3 players with a ton of equity each. And AC, happy to get it in now. He's like, can I fade what my opponents have? And I've got a really good shot at it because I'm controlling so many of the 8s. In fact, like, yeah, the hand that he's most afraid of are the diamonds. And indeed, yeah, Anderson has just as much equity as Sai.
I can't believe Anderson is going to fold. I mean, it's probably the right fold.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
1K for, yeah.
700 to win 3.7K.
I think you have to call off
no,
there
you definitely
for Anderson,
do.
But see results-wise.
Oh, my God, and he would have hit it.
That's going to sting for Anderson.
Yeah, I can't. No, I'm not folding.
I can't fold the nut flush draw there, but.
No, I can't do it either. No, and from a pricing standpoint, you have to think about this, that with 20% equity there,
yeah, no matter what you're against, you're going to be getting the right price equity-wise.
Well, yeah, so 20% equity, and let's just think about 700 into a pot that goes up to 3.7.
And like against other ranges, he would have even higher than 20% equity. I think that 20% equity takes into account that Sai and AC both has sets too. I don't know, but
no, the 20% is just like if the diamond is pure, a non-board pairing diamond is pure, then I'm going to win the pot.
Right.
And at that, if that's the case, then it's 20%, and therefore
you're going to have 20% equity to call. Yeah.
Yeah. So then 3.7, if he calls the 700. 700 goes into 3.55 times, so he's already getting the 5-1 just in a 3.5K pot. The 3.7, it's just over. I mean, it is borderline. It's close.
It's close.
But still, I mean, I'm not folding that. And tough break for Anderson there, who does sort of be like, I'm going to take the low variance approach.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, because still, it's a 1 in 5 shot.
Yeah.
And 4 out of 5 times, you are just dusting the 700, but he would have spiked it, would have shipped it. And a tough spot for Anderson there as he lets it go.
Yeah, it always hurts too when you make a tight laydown like that in a close spot and you see your card come. Always just adds that extra needle.
It really does. 4 out of 5 times, he would have been like, yep.
Just lighting money on fire. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and he would have made the fold, and it would have come a brick, and he would have been like, go me.
Right.
And this is the 1 out of 5 times where not only would he have had exactly the right price, plus a little bit, right? Like,
Right.
think about the dollar EV that he was making on that, right? It's like stone even at 3.5K, and then there was 3.7 in if he makes the call. So he's like making 20% of 200.
It's very arbitrary.
It is.
It's very arbitrary.
$40 of dollar EV, but it was the full amount right there if he'd called. He would have shipped the whole pot 3.7K if he called. And that's the insanity of this game, is once you understand that that's the level that you're working on inside of the math sphere of like, my literal dollar EV is $40 right now, but it's positive, so I should take the play. But it cost me $700 to do it. Is like, what the are we doing?
700 for a 1 in 5, yeah.
It's like, what are we doing? But yet, there it is. That was the, and I don't mean dollar EV in terms of like his equity in the hand. I mean his plus EV.
J-Stack also
his
just
positive
turning,
expected value.
turning the gutter here. Also on this hand, but yeah, very good. I mean, like the EV is super slim and break even, but it's a tough call. You can flip
really
a coin on it, but
yeah. And J-Stack acts like he's flipping a coin, but he's got the fucking like.
it is Jim, his only turn card in the deck he was looking for.
Yeah.
Doesn't love the river, but he does have a 9 of spades, and he is going to value bet here, I'd assume, on the end.
Absolutely. I think he's going to keep this small, which he usually does. Yeah, 200.
Snapped
That's
off.
1/3 pot, and yeah, Anderson is just never folding. He honestly could have even gone a little bit larger, but this is the J-Stack way, which is to kind of
He
just
did
like...
just get snapped off for 200. So,
yeah, it's like you get out the bucket and you just like, come on, buddy, I'm going to milk your ass right here. And he did. He got another 200 out of the Anderson man real quick. All right. Let's take a look back here at the chat. I think people are talking about basketball. Looks like basketball.
Basketball. I like basketball.
Well, I heard that you did like basketball.
I did.
Yeah, it was for a little while, and then do you still like it? Have you been paying
No,
attention to it?
I still like basketball.
I know. I'm ribbing you.
yeah,
Obviously,
yeah.
I'm needling you about.
I am a profound Oklahoma City Thunder fan, so I'm really excited about our 30-plus draft picks across the next few years with Sam Presti at the Hound at GM. Sam Presti has done a fabulous job with that Thunder team across the years, drafting Durant, Harden, Westbrook, making the trades. He's had some skepticism across the Harden trade and such like that, but that dude never seems to make like a false move in terms of what he can control as general manager, and I think he's one of the best, if not the best, in the league right now at the general manager spot.
Nice.
So yeah, that's.
I know nothing about what's going
splurge,
on
but,
in that world, but yeah. Have you been following March Madness?
I have. At the beginning of the tournament, it's easy to say now in retrospect, but I was saying that Gonzaga is clearly the best team, and Baylor was the only team in the tournament that I thought could beat Gonzaga, and that is panning out to be true for the moment, because Gonzaga and Baylor are still in it, and it's the Final Four. I think this has got to be a Gonzaga year, though, because they're just that freaking good.
I watched the way that they played against, who was it, USC?
Yes.
Yeah. The way that they played against USC, I mean, and I have typically not been a college basketball fan until, like, March Madness. And I know some of y'all are going to be pissed that we're not talking about poker, so let's take a look back here, and we'll come back to this as we have J-Stack betting 400 here into a pot of 9 with just ace-king high and drawing dead as Anderson has flop bottom pair and Anderson flats.
Jeffrey also folding top pair with 3 to a straight as well is also nice fold by him.
Yeah, and he would have picked up hearts. He would have just gotten all the stack committed here. We're going to go quick check as J-Stack seems to think the jig is up. Anderson is going to find a boat here on the end.
He'll never do it again.
And let's see if Anderson goes for something tricky like a smallish bet here, but I imagine
Yeah,
he needs
it's either
to
going to
go.
be super small here or a check for Anderson.
Yeah, no,
Most likely.
Yeah, when you lead out here, I think the 650 size is just, it's kind of like bang in the middle. And what's going to call you, right? It's like if something's going to call you, it's not going to call just half pot. It would have called a bigger bet. And if something wasn't going to call half pot, then like, how much was it going to call? Like a tiny little thing.
Right.
I don't know. That one's tricky, and it's always hard to find these spots.
That's a tricky little spot there. You know, J-Stack and Anderson have a lot of history, so I'm not going to question what Anderson does there. I think he's got a pretty good feel of the situation.
You might be having a stroke right now.
Taking a look back here at the chat, we got Steven Tixay here, who says, that's why I love playing Zone online. You get to fold and not see your card drop.
Yes,
Just move along. Nothing to see here.
Zone is great. Actually, Steven, though, like if you click the sit out next hand button, that's a hack to see in the next card. Sometimes, like if I'm like in a big multi-way situation and I'm playing Zone Poker and like I make like a tight fold or something, I'll sometimes have to click the sit out next hand so I can see what my opponents had and what the cards game, just so
to find out.
Just to find out some information. But it's, I guess, a little bit of an extra sweat.
You're just digging yourself in right there is what you're doing.
Yeah, Steven probably better with the fast folding. It's probably the better way to go.
Only because I know he's at the...
No gamble, no future. No rabbit hunting, no future, too.
Two jacks.
All right. I'm going to step out for just a moment. It's time for the old nature call, and I will be back in a moment. So, Gordon, hold down the fort.
Yeah, I'll try to hold down the fort. Gordon, the sit out next hand fires is my vice. Yes, it is. It is a big vice. It's a good thing to give up for Lent as well. I miss you, Mr. Delivery. Take a trip down to Austin again. It needs to be like a once a month thing now. Yeah, I've actually just started getting back in the Zone streets, so I have to even sometimes remember to click that check fold button. We got the Prooper Scooper waking up with a pair of Judies, raising to $40 over the $10 straddle, and we got AC 3-betting the A6 of diamonds from the cutoff. Bryson also waking up with a middling pocket pair, just letting it go. The right fold in this scenario from the small blind too. I like that. It needs to be a fold, or like cold calling also, it just doesn't seem fun there with eights either. So I don't mind the fold there from Bryson. Prooper Scooper got to make the call with the pair of jacks. A safe flop for both hands. Both hands probably thinking they're good. AC flopping top with A6, and Prooper Scooper the overpair with the jack of clubs. Checking to see, checking. Is he gonna check? He checks, and Prooper Scooper is gonna continue here for a round. It looks like half pot, a little over half pot, 140. And Prooper looks like it's just probably just a check call here. I don't really see much merit in check raising. But the pot is gonna balloon up here to around $700 after a call.
Yeah, they hate that, and they want to encourage think about it. But my response is
They're not
look at
listening
how
to the
many
table.
times 4 people or more have gotten up from the table and left the table empty while people are big pot, so that they
Last
can get on the pot.
He is going to decide to check raise. He does like men click it up to 280, leaving himself less than like a half size bet behind on the river if called by AC. So interesting to see.
Listening to table talk?
Prooper, give him the old click, the old button click.
The old click. It's probably going to get all in on the turn here. Yeah.
Though that's a one-liner, and I mean, this is about as weird as it gets. You're like, I clicked him, and he can call with all of his hands. If he's got ace-6 here, can he have 6-5? Can he have 6-7?
Ace he did was the 3-better in this hand.
Yeah, I mean, he did it with ace-6. He can still
Right,
have
right,
6-7,
right, right.
ace
Right,
6-5,
right.
and he's going to bet this after check, too.
Almost
is
turning it
absolute-
into a bluff.
I think he
Interesting.
absolutely is.
Or a little bit of equity protection against like 2 overs and a flush draw. Kind of like a merged range here.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly think that the sizing, like, if you're going to bet, I prefer just an all-in.
Yeah,
However,
super small. I mean, it might get Prooper to check to him on the river and save him, just get him to showdown. Yeah, I don't think you can really go for the all-in here unless it's for a bluff, and I don't think you're getting many hands to fold. Prooper is probably, just snapping it off and is going to be awarded a massive 1.3K pot and a full double for the Prooper scooper. Scoopering this Prooper pot.
that was very well said. Thank you for that. Wait a minute. Come on out for the Dallas tourney, and we'll see each other. Steven Tixay, are you coming here for the $800 500K guarantee tournament in Texas? Is that what you're saying? Tell me you're not messing with me.
Yeah, I don't even. Well, hopefully I make it to day 2 and make it to Dallas. That would be nice.
You're gonna play? You're gonna play the day 1?
I'll definitely play the day 1.
Dude, fire! All right.
But we'll see if we actually make it day 2.
Well, I hope so. You got to come along with me.
Me too. I hope I make day 2.
Hell yeah, day 2's in the money. So make day 2 win money.
Make money. Make day 2.
That's how we roll around these parts. So yeah, that's the deal here. TCH. Got to check out the website. Go to TexasCardHouse.com. You can see all of the action on there, including our existing promos for the month of April at each of our locations around the state. You can definitely also check out just the regular monthly poker tournament schedule, as well as we have the WPT steps running every weekend at many of our locations around the state. Step 1 will qualify you for the Step 2 tournament if you are in the top 10%. Not only will you win money as well as the seat to Step 2. Step 2 monthly tournament will happen on the last Sunday of every month here at TCH Austin. That is going to be a 20K guaranteed tournament that you can buy yourself into whether you've won your way in or not. That is also going to have a single re-entry. The winner of the Step 2 tournament, like Ricardo from last Sunday, will make it into Step 3. One winner per monthly event will make it into that semi-annual event. Step 3, which is invite only, 6 max single table event. The winner of that will go on to the WPT Steps Championship, which will be hosted on a cruise. That is going to be a fantastic deal. And I missed my shot at Glory, man. I got 11th place. And just couldn't quite make it happen last Sunday, but had a good run. And I'll be out there in those streets again, trying to not only earn my way up from Step 1 into Step 2, but also Step 2 up to Step 3. Getting back into the action here, we've got J-Stack going ahead and folding here to the 3-bet to 350 from William. William the Knit getting real creative here. He says King Queen offsuit is the hand to do it with. I'm going to take this up with a 3-bet to 350 because it was a very large straddle and a raise with a couple of Judies for AC. So AC and Will the Knit getting tangled up here. Stack to pot ratio just barely over 1 for the effective stack here of Will the Knit. This is a 4-4-7 flop rainbow, and Will has the range advantage. Can he pull the trigger and go all in? No, he just snap checks it back.
Oh, this is
okay, ace on the
spicy
turn.
card.
If AC checks, we need an all-in, William.
Or at least just like some sort of probe. Doesn't need to be all in.
I think all-in is the only effective play. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but for Will, I think all-in is the only effective play because I don't think he can bet quarter pot or 20% pot here, and then still convince himself to go all in when his opponent calls the small bet.
This is also true.
Yeah. So really well done by Will. Dude, hey, everybody, let's give Will a clap for just pulling off an epic bluff there. He needed that ace to convince himself to do it, but boy, was that a good card for him to make the play. And Will, the Nit, making it happen. I love to see it, man. I love to see Will the Nit make plays. Like, not just like I have the nuts and I go all in, or like I have a good hand and I raise. No, I'm going to push you around a little bit.
Yeah, we've got some hiccups in the chat for what to call jacks. We got Stress Up saying they're jiggities, not Judies. And then we got Nick from Yuma defending us in Texas saying they're McJudigies.
McJudigies. All right, McJudigies.
Maybe that's a new one that we need to adopt is the McJudigies.
McJudigies. There was one that we came up with. So there was a guy on the stream last week. His name was Joel, and his daughter was in the chat blowing it up, just like copy-pasting over and over and over, let's go Joel, let's go Joel. She also screwed up the spelling and called him Jorl at one point. Let's go Jorl. And I was like, that's fantastic. I'm calling this guy Jorl for the rest of the night. Then the dude was at my table the other day, and I played him. I was like, is it Jorl? And he was like, what is that about? I told him about it, and he thought it was hilarious. But at the end of the day, pocket Jorls.
Pocket Jorls.
Could also be pocket Jorls.
Well, and Christian picking up the pocket Jorls and also picking up the pot.
Yeah, so there you have it. I mean, I think it's settled. It's Jorls, not McJudies, not McJiggities, not McJudigies. It's Jorls.
Jorls it is.
Pocket Jorls.
Pocket Jorls.
I thought it was hilarious, too, because apparently his daughter's like 11 and just loves him, and he's on TV, right? I mean, she's just like going nuts. And so she was just like spamming the chat, and it was like Nightbot for some reason was just didn't care. It was all caps. It was copy paste. It was just like over and over. Let's go Joel. Let's go Joel. Let's go Joel. And then when she screwed it up and it was Jorl, and it was like Jorl for a full like page width of like chat. I was like, let's go Jorl. This is where it's at. So that was fun. That was a good time. All right, people. Team Jiggity's here for Stress Up. JTN 1968, also named Jorl. Jorl, the chat pro. All right. Wait, Stephen Tixay here says that Lottie showed the King Queen. Did he show the King Queen?
Yeah, he did. He snap showed it.
Wow. Okay. I missed that. That made it even better. Well done, Lottie. Good job, buddy. All right. Yeah, everybody's going to have their different take on what we call them, but Judy's, Jiggities, McJiggities, Jorls, it doesn't really matter because they're all just jacks in the end. AC here is going to outflop his opponent, Anderson, with an ace on the board. Let's see if Anderson checks this back. He does. Oh, he was first to check. Yeah, first act he checks. Okay. Checky. So this could actually be the line that sort of gets Anderson to put a few more chips in the pot when AC checks this back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially for such a small sizing, 85. This looks like a hand like King Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack, something just like being like bet.
Yeah, it's also just a great sizing from AC.
Yeah.
Noticing his opponent's range and what worse hands can call and what sizing to use. See if he bets again on the river.
Yeah, he definitely should, and it's something around 200, 250, I think, is
like
in order.
That a lot as well.
Yeah,
it looks like about 250.
He's gonna 225, he's gonna split it right in the middle. 235. Are we serious? Is this 235? 240. 240. Yeah, no, this is bang on. This is right in the wheelhouse. And Anderson, I mean, this is like perfectly played. Anderson is gonna have to call this. But a lot of the time.
I think Anderson realizes here that this is, like, there's not many bluffs that AC has after checking the flop and then betting turn and river. No backdoors really came in.
Yeah, I think you just pay it off. Yeah. You're not wrong, but that comes from a position of understanding who's doing what.
Right.
And I think you and I have played with AC enough to recognize that he is going to be able to do that.
Right.
A lot of other players, if they fire the turn with like King Queen, are just going to be like, just bet again, right?
Right.
And it's going to look like exactly that. And I think Anderson has played against people that do that a fair number of the time, where he can look them up with 10s and he's going to be good a sizable chunk of the time. You only need to be right like 1 in 4 times there anyways.
The line Anderson took is definitely a profitable way of playing 10s against this player pool. But AC turns up with the goods there.
Yeah, and definitely credit to AC. Yeah, when you check it back there on the turn or on the flop,
you need to go for 2 streets with your.
Oh, especially
especially
Anderson
against
leads
that
with
range.
another check.
Like, especially when he 3-bets and checks twice. Like,
it's brilliant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well
those
done,
those are the spots I live for, man. I live for that shit.
Absolutely. Unless your opponent has quad 9s and you're in a heap of trouble.
Yes, but like you're gonna find out about it on the river,
Yeah.
and like you did it probably like I don't know 18 out of 19 times, just like betting 2 streets and getting paid, and then that last time you like bet again and they're like all in, and you're like
and then donk off the rest of the chips that you made from making those value bets. Beautiful game we play.
It is a beautiful game we play, and you know what? That's where the positive EV comes into play. Because yeah, you pay it off, but man, I'll tell you what, you earned all that extra money, and it was enough to buy a cheeseburger.
Sometimes.
Value menu. Oh boy. Alrighty. Let's take a look back here at the chat. Make sure I'm getting looked up on everything. All right, we got 131 likes on the counter. I know that we can get another 19 on that bad boy to get us up to 150. We got up to 350 the other night. That's why we did broth bombs. It was insanity. We had like 800 viewers across the board the whole afternoon, evening, and then we blasted from 250 to 350 in like the span of 45 minutes. Everybody wanted us to do broth bombs. We knocked it out of the park, and I had to consume one of those things. So there you have it.
Well, I can't be promising the same thing out of myself.
If we get to 150, I will pour a broth bomb down Gordon's neck. How's that? If he doesn't open his mouth to consume it, then it'll just go right.
It'll just
on
burn
the
my
skin.
face.
Yeah, exactly. Alrighty, we got a bet of 35 here from Christian with just
Backdoor galore.
Backdoor galore is right. Jeffrey had front door galore with the gutter, but he does have the inferior hand. Just going to go checky on the turn. Off to a river, 6 of diamonds. Pretty
King
meaningless
high
run
is
out.
still good.
And we're going to just go check down. Jeffrey is just done with it. He's like, I'll just go ahead and lose. It doesn't matter
I think
what
that's
you
the
have.
first good spot Christian's been on all day with King High. Checking back and realizing that King High is good.
Well, Christian was first act. Jeffrey checked it back.
Oh.
Jeffrey's the one who took his Jack High Showdown and didn't decide to bluff at it. Honestly, could have been a decent place to go for like a 1/3 pot and just try to get a King High to fold, but he didn't go for it. King High does win, and we'll move right along. Gary K here, broth bomb again. Yeah, nope, that's definitely not something I will be doing anytime soon. That was simply too gnarly. Too gnarly. But at the same time, it's also one of those things where it's like you do it and you're like, you know what? I experienced it and I survived. And I came out the other side like a new man or something. Maybe not a new, but
I feel like
tested.
I had a lot of those experiences in college.
Do you have a good story for us? What like have you ever been close to death? Have you ever just dodged death? Has that
Close
happened?
to death.
I don't mean like you needed to be hooked up to a machine, but I mean like something happened and it was like, holy shit, I almost died.
I mean, like, I feel like there's like the car moments where like you're like very close to an accident. I've had a few of those.
Okay.
But I guess the thing that really came to mind was the shotgunning Four Locos during beach week. Like freshman or sophomore year of college, shotgunning Four Locos and going to the Spanish Galleon Club in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, right after final exams. That was a dangerous time of my life.
Yeah. No, that sounds like your liver did a lot of overtime.
Yeah, I did a lot of overtime there. We actually did get after shotgunning the Four Locos, we got in some trouble with the police because apparently some of the people threw their Four Locos off the balcony.
Oh.
And either hit somebody or like came close to hitting somebody, and yeah, it didn't end up well. We got like charged by the hotel $200 or something like that. But
Okay.
that's how they make their money down
Yeah.
in Myrtle Beach, is charging college kids for doing stupid shit.
Yeah, no, as they do, but at least you didn't end up in a cell, right?
No, I didn't end up in a cell.
Okay, good for you.
I evaded that one.
Nice. All right, the Prooper here is going to end up on the river with the worst hand, just king high. Jeffrey here does have it with third pair.
Prooper going for it, though.
Yeah, Prooper. And if he's going to attack a hand, it's got to be an 8, right?
Or
Queen's
like
never
ace high.
folding. So, yeah, 8 or ace high. No, he's going to go for a full 2/3 pot, so he is attacking, I guess, all of the 8s and maybe even a hand like 10s or jacks, and he's going to get Jeffrey to fold it. Wow.
Nice
There you have
job,
it.
Prooper.
The Prooper strikes again. The Prooper has really been on point tonight. He's had a few hiccups, a few stumbles, maybe here and there, but by and large, when he has decided to make a strong play, he's definitely done the right thing, so good for him. Alan Piscatello says that he hit a deer coming home from TCH late at night. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, I've had some close calls in my day myself, but getting like close to death is one of those things that I'm not quite sure I've ever really done. I mean, I feel like there have been a few instances in my life where I can remember just being like, that was close, you know? Like, that was really close. But now that I just, like, am trying to remember, it's not coming to me, like, what those moments were. But I know there was something. I remember one.
My most memorable ones have been in the car, or, like, near accidents.
Yeah.
Like, there was even just the other day, like, a couple weeks ago, I was driving on the highway, and this car, all of a sudden, from the far left lane, just took his car and went 4 lanes right, and like almost, you know, like steady traffic. I'm surprised no cars got hit, but I was like one of the cars that was right there, and he just swerved across all lanes of traffic. And there's been multiple ones where like a left turn yield on green, and like someone like comes out, and like you have to like swerve around them or something. Like, I mean, it's just been some crazy stuff.
Yeah, the driving, those are the ones that sort of like, I think those are probably the ones where I've been the most actual close to some sort of severe incident. But anyways, we'll come back to that because we got ourselves a bet and a raise here on this king high flop.
Yeah, Jacob and AC both having king jack, and Christian having the open ender straight draw. This is going to get interesting because this raise isn't really big enough to get Christian out of there with the draw.
It's big
but
enough
it's
to get
enough to get AC to fold the chop. So I guess the raise does work out for Jacob, results-wise.
Yeah, but sort of bizarre, right? Like, is king jack ever a hand that should be put into a raising range? I mean, it's from a GTO standpoint, I think the answer is no. I don't think king jack is ever going to go in there. Certainly not for this sizing. But it's also just curious because he gets to take away the initiative and snap check back the turn, right? So, like, if he had the best hand, like, he just got a full free street, just, like, burned and turned. It's gone. And then his opponent really has to go for something on the end, and he can just bluff catch. So it's not bad from that standpoint of just positional play. And it does work out in his favor. Like, he wins the pot and a little bit more money, but and doesn't have to chop with the other king jack. So, I mean, it honestly worked out for him just about as well as it could have there. But maybe a little bit unorthodox, if we want to call it that.
Very unorthodox, but it worked out for him this time.
10 and then 45.
Yeah. So, I mean, I have...
Did let him get to showdown without having to put any more money in the pot with top pairs. So.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the other guy had the open ender. So we got to see all the cards for free
and
after that small
get the
raise.
same hand to fold, too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, well done.
So I had one instance that I remember where I was probably the closest to severe maiming, where It was in college. No, it was in grad school in Madison, and it was it Mifflin? I think it was Mifflin, which was like a big annual party that they started shutting down. Like they started just like turning out the entire police force to just go and shut it down. And it was really unfortunate because it was one of the funnest times in Madison that there ever was. I mean, it was just the entire city turned out to party.
Is this Wisconsin?
Yes. And I mean, and you would just go anywhere and just kegs and parties just literally everywhere, but mostly along Mifflin Street, which is what the whole party was named for.
This is the same thing we had at my school. So
Okay.
we had the cops. It was the Wurtland Street party.
Okay.
But yeah, it was opening weekend pretty much every year, and
They started shutting it down.
yeah, the cops just started lining the streets. Even the school like tried to bring in like artists and stuff and like make a concert that was like like university
Compete with it or
sponsored.
something.
Yeah, I mean like just absolutely trying to shut it down. And, but yeah.
Yeah.
But what was this? I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Was the
No.
story? Is it?
This
near,
is just the backdrop.
Okay,
Yeah,
I wanna hear
I'm
the
out
whole
with
thing.
friends. Like, there's a whole pile of us, and we end up going to this like apartment complex or whatever, and obviously the whole place is just bumping and going nuts, and we're just getting lit, and we're playing beer pong, and like we're playing inside the apartment, but the door is open. Right, because people are coming and going, whatever. And so, like, somebody shoots, the ball bounces out and goes off the balcony. And it's a second floor balcony, right, into a courtyard. And, like, the ball bounces down into the courtyard. And it's like an 8-foot drop or something, right? And, I mean, like, a sober person would, like, always be able to either, like, go all the way around to the stairs and just go down and, like, deal with it, or jump off of this and not hurt themselves, right? But like I'm pretty drunk, and anyways, I'll come back to the story in a moment because Jeffrey here is betting with the bottom pair here. He has the best hand.
Bottom two.
Sorry, but yeah, bottom two. That's why he's betting. Okay, he's betting with bottom two. Anderson for a $30 bet. Looks like he's going for a check raise here.
With backdoor.
Yeah, I think this was just sort of recognizing maybe a little bit of weakness
And
or
board texture,
perceived
yeah.
what weakness. Yeah.
Yeah, it's now probably just a check give up for Anderson.
Yeah, but if you're
Unless-
gonna go for it once, going for it twice is sometimes in order.
The 7 of diamonds brings in 5-6, but doesn't improve Anderson's hand. I just don't think Jeffrey has much room behind to fold.
Yeah, I mean it's 160, but like, yeah, I mean you just are so far up in your range here. Calling in this position.
Well, if there was a card to go for, this would be the one, and he just gets snapped off.
No. This is
Check.
This is
No.
Jeffrey going all in. That's a bold
Interesting.
move.
Very bold.
What calls you that's worse?
Yeah, I guess he realized that if Anderson's gonna be checking on this river, that he's probably has a 1-pair hand. I guess that's the logic.
Yeah.
Good turn, yeah.
So he went for value. But
He went for value.
I guess.
There's like a tail-off question mark there. But yeah, in any case, Jeffrey does win. He had the best hand. He bets and gets his opponent to fold. But okay, so I'll just finish this story really quick. So of the balcony and like drop down into the courtyard, right? And this sounds like a decent plan, except for the fact that there's like a railing, right? So I climb over the railing and then realize that it's like hard to like get myself from hanging from the railing to hanging from the concrete of the floor of the railing, like the ground of the second floor, because I don't want to just like drop from the railing of the balcony because that's an extra like 2.5, 3 feet. So anyways, I get this bold idea in my mind that I'm going to like drop from here to here I'm going to drop from the top of the railing to the concrete, and then I'm going to drop into the concrete or onto the courtyard. So I try this, and what ends up happening is that I leverage myself. I don't obviously catch myself, but I fall, grab hold, and just leverage myself enough that I swing inwards. All the way inwards, there's a concrete wall on the bottom floor. I literally scraped the skin all the way up my spine, just barely catching the edge of the concrete. Barely enough to just scrape the skin and not hit the fucking knob of my spine, like my vertebra, and just like break them off. I'm telling you, I escaped this with a scrape up my back, and I could have like devastated my spinal column. It was that close. I literally got up. Anderson, by the way, has just flopped trips here. Has raised to 375 and got a call from J-Stack. So we're going to come back to my near paralyzation in a moment. But we have an ace of diamonds turn. This is just about the biggest texture changing card there is. So we go check, check, and Anderson may just not be able to get paid off. Oh, I take it all back. He bets 500. J-Stack snaps him. And there it is. Bunch of money for Anderson. He's going to ship a 2K pot with Queen 3 of hearts. So nicely done there. Yeah, that was just about the closest I've been to severe bodily injury. It was just purely my fault. You know what I'm saying? That was me. I'd made a boneheaded idea into reality, almost paid for it with my potentially my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fell like 8 feet onto the edge of a concrete. Like, that thing wasn't moving. Like, my spine was giving before that thing did anything, right? I mean, I can't believe it. So good for me. Anyways, hope you all enjoyed that little story, as that was just a tidbit from my not so distant past. We are up to 143 likes. I'm sure some of you, after hearing that, cringed a little bit and wanted to hit the dislike button, but I encourage you all to not do that. Help us out, hit the like button, and help us climb up over 150 likes so I can pour a broth bomb down the back of Gordon's neck.
Yeah, just the back of the neck.
Yeah, right where the concrete barrier could have destroyed me. All right, on to bigger, better, and spicier things. We got J-Stack raising it up from UTG +2 after Anderson is actually in the straddle, so this is UTG 1. Jeffrey is going to complete as well after Anderson calls, and we are going to go 3 ways to a turn, as indeed J-Stack is the effective stack here with 282. Anderson going to flop the best of it. Top pair, second kicker, checks through.
Anderson almost flopping them dead.
Yeah.
3 queens.
Yep. Checks again. And J-Stack now does take a stab here on this ace of diamonds turn. And Anderson, I think, fully understanding that J-Stack does not have to have an ace, will peel this off. 3 of clubs pairs the bottom card, and checky here on the end. Anderson will take yet another pot off of his good buddy J-Stack. Shows the king like, oh bro, I had you the whole way. Pre-flop. something I was better pre, which is, always the best way to be like, way to suck out on me, bro. I had you before we saw all the cards, Oh, man, good stuff. I've definitely been there myself, especially when it's like ace-king against king-deuce, and they hit a deuce, and somehow you lose. And
it's very sad.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Matt Slaughter here, he says that he was in the hospital, 4 broken ribs, punctured lungs, spleen exploded. Good Lord. That does not sound great. Whew. Yeah.
Living up to the last name, I guess.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Oof. And yeah, second time appendectomy. They thought they did it before it ruptured, sewed him up. He went septic and spent his 30th birthday with tubes draining his guts. My goodness.
Yummy.
That's running bad right there.
Standard.
Yeah. Man. Yeah, I thankfully have never had surgery, broken a bone, or like had any sort of major hospitalization. So I'm trying to keep that going all the way until my dying day.
I've been hospitalized and I've had broken bones, so
All right.
I've been through the gauntlet.
Yeah. All right. Oof. Yeah. J-Stack here may need some hospitalization after playing this hand, but no, he is just going to get away from it and avoid further damage. 8-3 off suit, no good. He has added on a bit to stack himself up to a full J stack, and we will continue as a $30 straddle out there now.
Things are getting spicy. It's the last hour of the stream, so the straddles are coming.
Scotty Wheels Racing apparently paralyzed from the chest down something. Broke 7 vertebrae in a car wreck while in the military. Oh, my goodness. R.L. Stanton says that he died once on the football field and his old school coach made him shake it off. So I think we got a mix of different stories coming in here. We got Jordan Patrick says Aaron almost needed a backiotomy. That's absolutely right. Forget about the stachyotomy. It was a backiotomy. That's definitely what I would have needed. Oh, man. Good stuff coming on in here. TCH Live, Thursday edition. Aaron, Aaron McAvoy here in the booth with Gordon Granger. Super producer Carolyn running the controls. And as of right now, it seems that our technical issues have abated. So thank you to all who have stuck it out with us, who have come back, who have joined us after the fire. Things are up and running. EC here going to flop top 2 pair and a stone cold hammerlock on this hand. Jeffrey, though, does have backdoor clubs and top pair, so he may put some more chips in. As I've just said that our problems are over and we froze.
Oh, well, I see chips out there now.
Okay.
We're unfrozen.
Unfrozen. Jeffrey is calling, so another 160 going in the middle from him.
Does have the backdoor clubs going for him, so.
And wheel.
Well, there it is. That's the backdoor
No,
club
he doesn't have backdoor wheel.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
have
I'm an
backdoor.
idiot.
But it does have backdoor clubs,
Backdoor
and
club.
that is one of the backdoor club.
There she blows. So gonna need to find a club. Club only, as AC has gone all in.
Yeah, with Jeffrey only having $600 behind.
Yeah, but this is really like a $500 pot.
Never mind. Still going to be tough for Jeffrey to fold.
Although you have to put your opponent on
Yeah.
King, Jack, King, Queen, Queen, Jack, right? Like that plays it this way.
Plays it this way, yeah. It's very tough. See if Jeffrey can sniff it out.
There's also a world within which you had King 10 or something, range bet the flop, picked up all the equity, and we're just like, F it, let's go. But not a ton of hands. Fair number of Broadway combos if you think your opponent's capable of it, which I think AC is. We're going to get a king of diamonds here on the end. That is no good for the ace tray of clubs. And, yeah, we are going to get a stackening. A stackiotomy applied by AC here. He is going to...
Stackiotomy.
Yeah, he will separate the stack from that man there in the 4 seat, who is going to rebuy, and we will continue along here on TCH Live.
Captain Harlock, what is the name of the player on the 10th seat? It's hard to read his name. That is our main man, Bryson. Something other than Bryson is what he is going by on the screen. But it is our man, Bryson.
Yeah, somewhere other than Bryson.
Somewhere, something, somewhat.
I like this take from Matt Slaughter here. He says, technically the carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, etc. that I'm made of could have just been some tree or random dust in the cosmos, so all things considered, I'm pretty damn lucky to get to experience this world. And that is absolutely a spot-on observation, a fantastic way of putting it, and we are all just stardust. Like, we're all made of the same damn thing, but at the same time that we're all made of the same tiny, infinitesimally small little specks of nothing, there's also baked into this universe a DNA sequence that is uniquely you. There is a reason that Gordon exists because it's fucking part of this universe. It's there. You assemble DNA structure exactly like what's in you, and a Gordon will pop out, and that's kind of freaky.
My double helix.
Right? Your double helix that's you. That belongs to you, and for whatever reason, this got on is here in the booth.
Unless I had an identical live twin, then I'd be.
Yeah. 10 minutes? 10 more minutes, Gordon?
If I'm getting paid for 10 more minutes.
Yes, I will give you one more chiclet. Yeah. But yeah, no, and that is pretty curious, right? Because like of all the different ways that you can assemble genetic material to create all the different things that exist, and like yeah, it seems crazy, and there's an infinite number of these things, but at the same time, there's still just one exact combination of what makes you.
Wow, nice fold for Christian. Ace 10 suited.
Yeah. Facing this 3-bet from Sai after the open and several calls in front. Sixes are out of the way.
I do like the 3-bet from Sai. Unfortunately, it's not going to work. AC most likely going to 4-bet with all the dead money in between, and Sai's probably a little bit wider 3-betting here. Considering there's an open and 2 callers with the dead money. So it incentivizes AC to actually 4-bet a little wider, and he is near the top of his range with ace-king, so most likely going to 4-bet.
Yeah. Plus he's in early position, which gives him a much stronger range. So ace-king is a very good bluff to add in with his aces, kings, queens, etc. So yeah, absolutely, this is really good. Continue for him with the 4-bet.
Yes, I'm most likely to give up now or 5-bet rip, and I don't think 5-bet ripping is in the picture with only 1,100 behind. He's probably just not going to like it and fold his hand. Fold his hand. And fold his hand.
Yeah, I think you can chant that as much as you like, but Sai is going to make up his own mind, as he is wont to do, especially 15 minutes ago in the past. However, you're right that facing a 4-bet like this, you should just be letting it go the vast majority of the time. However, Sai may have flipped a coin 4 times in his head, came up heads every time, and was like, damn, maybe this is the time to go for it. He does do what you suggest, and does find the fold. So the inception into the past, got on himself, capable of nothing less.
Yeah, Sai just getting a little TV time there, I think. I think he knew he was folding from the start, but he got a little greedy with the camera time.
Zachary Carroll here says that it's a stackectomy, not a stackotomy, or a stackiotomy. I don't know. I kind of like the stackotomy because it's just a lot of syllables and it sounds big and impressive. But stackectomy, I mean, it doesn't sound bad either. Stackectomy sounds pretty good.
Stackectomy.
Yeah.
Otomy, ectomy.
Stackiotomy. Yep. In any case, yeah. Nick from Yuma laughing at something other than Bryson. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all right. We got E. McKenzie here in the chat. What's going on, dude? He's all pumped up for the sauna, apparently. Trying to hit that weight loss bet, I imagine. Shed a few water pounds there, you know. Or just enjoy the sauna as is also just a good thing to do. Yeah, drop us a chat here, E. How are things going with the old weight loss bet? We got Racer Nerd saying the stackendectomy. That's when you rip the chips away from them and it blows their minds. Okay, the stackendectomy. I like it. Oh, Matt Slaughter clarifying. Wow. He says the ectomy equals remove something, otomy equals cutting into something. Wow.
Wow. And Zachary right behind him.
Yeah,
too.
these guys are on top of it. Okay.
Well, now we know the difference between ectomy and otomy.
Yeah.
Got some doctors in the chat. Some doctor chat pros.
Man, I love it when we get like full-blown, like actual information though. That's good stuff. All right, I believe we just had a 10 high win the hand over pair fours, but I could be mistaken as I was blathering on about
Ectomies and otomies.
ectomies and otomies and yeah, manatees, all of the T's and E's.
And the six-fingered man, the anomaly.
Raised to 40.
All right, what do we got going on here? We got, speaking of sixes, we got Jeffrey here. He's got 2 of them.
6, 6, 6.
J-Stack had a 6, but he's not going to play it. Jacob is going to come along for the call. AC from the straddle position is going to get out of the way. William checking his option 3 ways to a flop. Jeffrey out in front with a couple of 6s, but Jacob controlling the majority of the equity and just about all the equity now on this flop.
That's a favorable flop for Jacob.
Checky, another king, top, pairing the top card, I should say. If words were harder, I would have never gotten any of those out.
Little hope for Jeffrey. Banished into existence.
Yep. Banished. All right, looking at the chip counts, AC all the way up at the top, 3.7K. And a good chunk of that, I think, is profit. We will get a look at the counter here momentarily as the graphic will come up at some point. We'll take a look at that, see who is the biggest winner of the night. Oh, and it's not going to be right. Super producer Carolyn already letting us know that the graphic will be flawed. She had to restart everything. The stacks were not input correctly. So, sorry, the numbers in that particular graphic will not be input correctly. So, yeah, just bear with us. We do have a $5 super chat here, though, from William the Knit. Will Lottie says, trying to keep climbing back, says Will. So he is giving it his best shot to come on back up the ranks of the leaderboard, profit board, whatever you want to call it.
I'm getting some love from this chat. He's got some fans. Will the Knit.
Hell yeah! People giving him some props for the nice bluff earlier there from Ethan. That's good stuff. All right. So yeah, we got ourselves a dealer change. Looks like Ed dropping on into the box and gonna shuffle us up and deal a PLO bomb pot single board variety, $10 ante. And we'll see who runs over this flop this time around. Ooh, Matt Slaughter here dropping the $10 here in the super chat. Says, thanks for the entertainment, guys. Always a nice way to slide into the evening. Dude, thanks a lot, man. We really appreciate that very much. And we're glad that you're here, glad that you're enjoying the show, and hope that you'll come back and join us again each and every day of TCH Live goodness. We operate this program out of Austin every Monday and Thursday. We've also got Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
What about Sunday?
Coming out of, hold on.
Oh,
I haven't even got there just for our cash game. Tuesday, Wednesday out of our Dallas location. And then, of course, you can catch the tournament final tables from Dallas on Saturday and the tournament final table here from TCH Austin on Sunday. Our man Gordon getting a little bit ahead of the game, but
yeah,
yes,
I'm
we
sorry.
have 6 nights a week.
I just love hearing Mike always say Sunday.
You know, it's a good little bit, and he does it well, as Mikey does most bits well. All right, we got Jack 10, a couple of diamonds out there. Let's take a look around the table and see who's got some stuff. I don't see any jacks yet, no Judys, no McJiggities, no Jorals.
Jacob.
There's Jacob. His hand has been scanned. He does have a Joral, and that'll make 3 Jorals. No, that's a straight-up full house because there were 2 Jorals and a 10 out there. So,
well.
yeah, he's flopped a boat.
The goodies.
J-Stack does have an overpair, so if he hit a king, he would make a superior hand.
AC have like some sort of open-ended straight flush draw or something. I'm guessing, if he called the 90. Sai also calling the 90. Must
No,
have
there
a
were
jack.
2 diamonds out there, if I'm not mistaken. So open-ended straight, which is... Oh, no. Okay, so,
Oh, so
no
it's
2
jack
diamonds,
10.
and there are not 2 Judys out there. So we had a misread on the flop. As, yeah, Jacob actually had the jack of diamonds, which I think was one of the other cards that came in. As it stands, we do have Jacob controlling top 2 pair, backdoor straight draw. J-Stack with the overcard and bottom pair. Anderson does have an open-ender on the bottom end, not the best. And AC with the wrap, I suppose you could call it, the open-ender to the nuts. It's really just all it is. Ace here on the turn. That's going to give Sai the goodies. Sorry, that's the river? Are we already to the river?
We're
What
already
happened?
turn check through on the
Turn
3.
check through. Got you.
But now Sai rivers the goodies.
Yeah, and pot of 540. He's going to go
Looks
for
like he's 540 in it.
maybe 450.
450?
Yeah, I think that might be a 450. Because what can call you here? I mean, yeah, it's 450.
Especially once the turn check through.
Yeah, the 5-4 from Jacob is potentially a
Yeah.
caller, but I honestly would have liked to have seen a bet that was a little bit smaller, a
Smaller.
half potter. Honestly, a half potter is much more likely to get called by the 4-5 than
He's probably not
this.
folding the 4-5, but it's definitely borderline. And that just makes this bet horrible from Sai.
Horrible. Sai is hot garbage. His bet sizes
If he
are
can't
terrible.
get called from the second nuts, what are you doing?
Yeah, full-blown hot garbo. Sai in the 1 seat ships the pot.
What a whale, though. Can't even capitalize when he has the value hands.
Oh, man, that's good stuff right there. PFR Jacob sitting at 0%. That man has not raised a hand. Oh, he has not raised a hand the entire time since the restart of the entire computer system. So there you have it. Mike Youngblood here says, thanks for the shout-out, Nick from Yuma. What is up, Mikey? As, yeah, we're just taking a look out here into the chat streets. You guys have been hanging out, man, chilling with the best of us here, and we're up to 150 likes. Bang on the money. Thank you guys for helping us reach that whatever that is. What is that? A milestone? A milestone. And you know what? Now Gordon gets to enjoy the nice, warm experience of a broth bomb poured down the back of his neck. You looking forward to it?
Oh, yeah. Super excited.
Yeah, you sound it.
I might go off into like the Google world.
All right. Mike Youngblood here says that he was busy doing a podcast. Ooh, nice, man. That's pretty sweet.
Was this the All-In podcast, Mike? I think I saw something that you were doing a poker All-In podcast with 2 other people or something. But the show has been going well. Mike, thank you for your tips and your previous live streams for us to model brilliance around. So thank you for
being
paving
you,
the way.
man. Alrighty, Sai, let go of 9-7, maybe suited, maybe not. Over to J-Stack, he's not going to do anything of that nature with 5-4 suited. No, he will be raising to $45. And Jacob with ace-10 of diamonds going to come in for the flat call. AC here, out of the small blind. He's out of the way. And Will the Nit in the big blind with ace-jack, and he's just done with it to 1 raise. 1 raise and a call. Ace-jack, offsuit. Muck?
Snap muck. Especially
Yep.
if my opponent has ace-10 of diamonds.
Yeah, it's Gordon approved. You just snap muck it because, you know,
Look at
you
that
were going to get out
flop.
flop.
Yeah, look.
Yeah, you
Snap
just got to
muck.
channel the future. Diamond on the turn is going to give Jacob the stone colds, and ace-jack was no good. So Will the Net, of course, played it perfectly. J-Stack here, though, has a pair, and he is not folding to a bet of 45. No, sir. No way. Needs to dodge 4 or 5 here on the end, though, to prevent putting more money into the pot. It's king.
Snap folding. Something announced from Jacob, but good enough to take it down with the Newts.
All right. Mike Youngblood doing the All In Poker podcast. Hell yeah, brother. Looking forward to checking that out as we get that posted up here before too long. I'm not sure.
Steven throwing me a little jab, and I made the min against him when I had the nuts and he had the second nuts. So,
Wow.
yes, this is true, Steven. You're a genius. You're a god. I only won the min. I'm a donkey. I'm a whale. I get it.
Wow. There it is. This is your Sunday sermon, your confession from God on himself right here. He says to the world what we've all been thinking for so long. And he accepts it, admits it, and embraces it like a true donkey whale.
This is why I can't be firing bullets in the main event yet.
Oh, that is exactly why you should be firing bullets in the main event. Speaking of firing bullets, Cy here has fired 160 of them at his opponent J-Stack, and J-Stack will not be folding because he has 2 cards, and they are suited, and they also are close to each other.
Vicinity. Yeah, they are suited in close vicinity. There's no bet folding here.
No. So what do you know? J-Stack will outflop the Cy as comes Ace Jack 6. Cy does have the range advantage. This is a 3-bet pot, and he just may continue at this for $100. He does. J-Stack reaches for the black chips, fires in a call, just about as quick as you can say the word call. He's going to turn himself 2-pair as well, so now J-Stack feeling pretty good. Cy is going to check. J-Stack is going to bet. And Cy, at this point, has probably got to be asking himself, why can't I just win a hand against this dude in this outfit? Bro.
Yeah.
Also, what's happening? Does he have a fanny pack over his shoulder?
I
Yeah, he's now wearing a fanny pack over the shoulder. Cy has blastoed all in.
Yeah, J-Stack only had like 200 behind. It was pretty much a $500 effective win.
And Cy, I guess, feeling like he may just have had the equity somehow.
He may have thought he had the best hand because with J-Stack going bet against size 3-bet, looks a little bit fishy.
Well, it was call, right? So Cy first to act, bet, call, then check, bet.
Yeah, it went check, bet, I believe, right?
No. Cy did lead the flop. He range bet the flop.
And then it went call and then, okay.
Yeah, it was a bet, call, check, bet, jam. And yeah, I mean, Cy's a donkey whale fish, but like, I don't know, that move was even a little unorthodox for him.
Even for a donkey whale fish.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're up against a guy who can wake up with a ton of different hands right there. So I'm just not sure that tens is ahead of enough of that range to justify that. I don't know. I didn't pay enough attention to the stack size. You said that there was only another 200 or whatever.
Yeah, it wasn't like a. I think it was a all in, as in like a call all in. Like not much behind all in, like where he wasn't gonna fold to any more bets.
And like, there's just maybe the tiniest possibility that his opponent was just like with the total
Blasting
air ball,
right.
And he could just win it right there without seeing a king or queen peel off on the river. Yep, you never know.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
E. McKenzie, hey commentator guys, thanks for not being bad. Well, I hope that isn't sarcastic, E, but appreciate you.
Yeah, upside down smiley face. I'll take it, man. That feels like a win right there. Definitely gonna take that. Christian here with the straddle. Okay, so we're just looking at his cards because we had a misdeal or something. Moving right along. So here we go. Yeah, we're gonna reset this hand, look back into what they all have here momentarily. Jeffrey is gonna be first to act, and King Deuce suited, UTG worthy of a limp. Interesting. J-Stack has suited King Queen, and he's gonna limp this. just in time for Jacob to wake up with ace king and raise it up 6.5x ace king. And AC finding ace jack. So a lot of hands going around here right off the bat.
Yeah, especially if there was more callers. J-Stack might be getting spicy and like going for like some sort of limp raise play with the king queen suited, but I guess just electing to call here. Never know with J-Stack.
You really don't. Ace 6-4 rainbow. That's going to give Jacob the best hand by quite a strong margin. AC does have top pair, but with an inferior picker.
Yeah, bad news for AC. Fortunately for him, there are 4 players in the pot, and on this ace rag board, it is a little protection having the PFR C betting. And if he continues betting, he's gonna not like his hand more and more.
Raise to 35, fold. Call.
We'll see how the rest of this hand pans out, though. If Jacob decides to go for 3 streets.
Yeah, this is typically a hand that you are going to want to do it with, but wow, look at this. He slows down, gets it checked back, and can now go for what may potentially look like a bluff here. But oh, look at this sizing. This is so value heavy. Yeah, he's going to get snapped off. And Jacob definitely could have bet larger, gotten paid a substantial, potentially a substantial amount more.
Yeah,
if he was going to take
sure.
this bet check bet line, I really like to see the size go way up there on the river, because like if this is ever a bluff, like you can't just be betting like whatever that was, 40% pot.
Yeah, it's quite a weird line. But would have liked to see him going for 3 streets there with ace king.
Yeah.
He does get paid and does win the pot.
Let's see here. So E here saying that Mike is the GOAT, but we are both great. But he hopes that I figure it out or just binks a J. I'm a little confused about all of this. Maybe I missed some earlier commentary.
This is why you're not the GOAT. This is why Mike's the GOAT, Aaron.
Clearly. Fuck. I'm the shruggy emoji guy for sure. That's all I'm good for.
You just need to bink a J.
I need to bink a J. Somebody got a J? Somebody give me a J. All right. Anyways, Alec Torelli's Hidden Chips here. He says, what's going on? Thanks for being here. And we got 3-way action here with a bunch of rags going to a flop. 9-9-5. Airball City. Jeffrey going to have the best hand here with ace high, but we check all the way through to a 3 on the turn. It doesn't change a damn thing, although Jeffrey does pick up a gutter to go with his best hand. Checks all the way through. Judy, McJiggity, Jorl on the end. Doesn't matter what you call it. Still the best hand for Jeffrey. Ace high is good. So I turned his hand over too. He was ready to win with king high. He was like, I got this. No,
Yeah, I don't even think king high is usually going to be good there.
it almost was. Ace high was good. Ace deuce won the pot.
Almost.
You straddling?
Oh, AC is Aaron. That's right. That's right. AC is Aaron. I forgot. That's the other AA run. So he wasn't talking about me. Shit, son.
Raise to 35.
Yeah. Right you are, E. Right you are. All right. Corey John here. I thought Texas doesn't require masks anymore. Well, that is true. Texas as a state governing body, whatever, does not require masks. But Texas Card House does, and a lot of other establishments in and around the Austin area, in and around Texas in general, still do. We feel that that is the best way to keep players safe and not sick, and protect the staff, the dealers, the floor managers, etc. So that's just the way it is for the time being, and I'm sure that eventually, as with all things, we all hope to get back to normal and get back to a day where this is all just a Fig Newton of the past, and we can move on with our lives without any of this stuff getting in the way. But as for right now, Texas Card House is mask required. All right, we've got 2 players here flopping, and sorry, 1 player flopping a gutter and 1 player flopping backdoor diamonds. That's not going to be good enough to continue, so I will bet and take it. And that will be the end of that. Yeah. There we go. So, having a good time here at TCH Live. Moving into the last 20 minutes of the broadcast. Had a few hiccups there for a little while. Had some issues with the YouTubes, the internets, the series of tubes. All of the tubes really have had some issues. But the Prooper Scooper has been holding strong throughout it all. And he has now woken up with a pair of 10s. UTG going to blast this up to $40. Will the net, he's got a 10 and a jack. Both the same suit. He's going to call.
Oh, okay. Looks like he was cutting out 3 betting chips at first. But
That would have been that would have been a new move for the
would have been
net. I would've liked
outside
it.
the Lottie line, and I would have enjoyed it. It would have put Prooper Scooper in a tough spot and a lot of flops that he would not have liked.
Right, you are. As it stands, J-Stack is going to flat this, and Jacob out of the straddle will do the same with his baby hearts. And we're going to go 4 ways to a flop. Prooper on top at the moment with a couple of 10s. Got to fade a queen or a jack, some hearts. There's a queen right there on the flop. Ace, queen, deuce. Everybody has a little piece of something. J-Stack going to hold into the 3 of spades turn. It's going to give Jacob a gutter to the straight along with his pair of deuces. Will still sitting on just a gutter of his own. J-Stack bets 50. Jacob calls.
C5, phone away, please. Raise to 40.
7 of clubs here on the end. J-Stack does have the best of it. If we get the showdown, which we will, checky, checky. Pair of queens, his best will win. And J-Stack is going to drag that pot. Looking at the chip counts here, 3.3K. Somebody somewhere other than Bryson up at the top, 3.3K. Christian down at the bottom, 860. Everyone else in between. And yeah, just about 15 minutes left here in the broadcast. Don't forget that we have all sorts of exciting action here at TCH. Here during the month of April, we'll be opening the doors. TCH Austin, 10 a.m. Get your fine self through the doors between the hours of 10 and noon. Get yourself some free poker for a couple of hours. We'll also be instituting a bad beat jackpot. That's going to be shared between all of the TCH locations. Get quad 10s beat by a straight flush. And you quad 10s or better beat by a straight flush, and you will ship that jackpot for yourself, the winner of the hand, and the other players at the table. And let's see, we've got another promotion for this month as well. I'm gonna have to go ahead and
I think
pull
there's
that
a
up.
high hand promotion, yeah.
Right, you are. $100 high hands with rollovers every hour as well. So come on in, get yourself some of that. And that's just for certain days of the week, or is that all? Mondays and Tuesdays. Mondays and Tuesdays, come on in, get yourself some of that action. High hand promo, Monday and Tuesday, 4 p.m. to midnight, $100 every hour with rollovers. Come on down, get it. Don't forget also on Easter Day, Easter Sunday, get 20% off your hourly fees all day. Come on in, make that happen. And yeah, if you've been hanging out with us here today, it's been pretty baller, man. This joint's been blasting off. Lots of 1-2 tables going on, some 2-5s. Three tables of 2-5 in addition to this table. That is bananas. We've never had that many 2-5 tables running in here that I can remember, but that is fantastic stuff. So come on down, get yourself some of that.
Get me out of the booth. Let me get on the belt.
A whole extra 10 minutes. Oh, that's right. So it's not our final 15 minutes of the broadcast. It's our final 25 minutes of the broadcast. Well, there you have it. All righty. Let's see here. A couple of queens here, a couple of ladies for the Prooper of the Scooper. He's going to go ahead and 3-bet this up to what looks like 325 over the open from Jacob.
looked like a $40 straddle was on as well.
Yes, I think you are correct.
Probably just a fold from Jacob, but let's see if he gets a sticky from out of position with ace 10 offsuit. Gonna be tough.
Yeah, we saw him fold the
Ace queen to a
the
three
ace
bet.
queen to a 3-bet. Yeah, I don't think ace 10 fits in here any better. Yeah, he's just going to get out of the way. So a couple of good folds here from Jacob. Does just dodge the damage as he does just get away from these 3-bet pots before the flop. And there you have it, moving right along to the next hand. All right, so you're going to play this $800 tournament, and you played some of the other big tournaments here in the state not too long ago, right? But
Yeah.
you haven't played any of the WPT steps.
I haven't played any WPT steps.
Have you played any of the Sunday tournaments here?
I have.
Okay.
I've played a couple. I final tabled 2 of them. I haven't played too many of them. I got min cash on one of them and then busted on the bubble.
Okay.
Another one. But no, I'm not typically a huge tournament guy, but once the bigger tournaments come around, I take some profits from the cash streets and throw a shot out there in the tournament field.
Absolutely. Well, if you want to come on down to Florida, the Hollywood Hard Rock main event, that is where it's going to be all happening, and it would be great to hang out with you down there.
Yeah.
J-Stack has just about drilled this in every, possible way. Flop trips and turns a boat, and his opponents have F all, so he's going to try to get 125 out of somebody. And
Could get looked up here by Anderson with ace king high.
he could, no pair. But Anderson knows better. He's like, no, dude, this board is all J-Stack. It has it written right on the cards.
There's
Like,
3-3 deuce on the flop. Like, that is J-Stack's flop.
yeah, doesn't really. There's just no other way to cut it. That is a J-Stack flop for sure. All righty. Ethan here saying free poker, nice. That is nice. Hell yeah. I mean, 10 a.m. is like not the best hour for me personally, but like it is a great hour for free poker. That is for sure.
Any hour is a good hour for free poker.
Yeah. So if you got a couple hours in the morning at least, you want to get yourself a little 1-2 or 2-5 action, come on in. Check us out, TCH Austin, between the hours of 10 a.m. and noon all throughout the month of April. And those will be the new hours, opening at 10 a.m. And I've heard some rumblings about there being some potentials for
24 hour?
24 hours on the
Wow.
weekends.
Wow.
Maybe. I don't know. But maybe I haven't heard that correctly. I just got a stern look from super producer Carolyn. I think she's just giving me the stink eye because she can. But, yeah, we're seeing if we can get some of these things worked out. But we would love to make it to where this is the non-stop, no-stop shop for all your poker needs.
I think
TCH
Dallas
Austin.
has recently switched over to the 24-hour weekend as well.
Yeah, I think that may be correct. So, TCH, it's where it's at, man. Come and get it.
All the action at TCH.
Hell yeah, bruh. Alrighty. Care to make a little wager on something interesting? Like, does Will win a hand before
In
the stream ends?
next 25 minutes.
I know.
Should
You
we
don't
just,
get
should we
to.
just go red and black here?
We
We
could-
do have Christian with aces and a ace king queen suited too.
We sure do.
That wasn't 3-bet as well. I do like that.
Yeah, well, when the under the gun opener
And
you're 2 spots next to act, I don't mind a call. Yeah.
yeah.
It does bring in some additional players, or one additional player, I should say, AC on the button with queen 9 of
I
diamonds.
think we've been through this before.
And 7 high flop, couple of hearts though.
Couple of hearts.
Jeffrey does have a lot of equity. Christian with the best of it.
And Christian hasn't found any good spots tonight. So this is the first time he's actually had the best hand. See if it can hold up.
Right you are, Ken. He's going to bet 70. Jeffrey obviously not going anywhere yet. He is just going to call. Not much sense in raising. Got a player behind. See if he can either bring him along or just sort of play this one in position if his opponent folds. King of clubs here on the turn. That should be music to Christian's eyes. In case his opponent floated him with king high hearts, something like that.
Jeffrey doesn't love that card. It's a pretty big blank. Definitely better for Christian than Jeffrey.
This is true. All of this is true. Bet a 175, but Jeffrey ain't going anywhere just yet. He is going to call. And off to a river we go. And, oh.
That was just the
He
call
just
on the
hadn't
turn,
called.
yeah.
Okay. Meaningless 6 of clubs here on the end. Christian with the aces is going to hold.
Be interesting to see if Christian just rips it here, or maybe like sets the trap a little bit, noticing that Jeffrey can have a lot of hard draws and a lot of bluffs here. And check it. No, but he goes and bets and gets the fold. Betting and checking, probably pretty close there.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know. If your opponent did have a hand like 8s, they're going to snap check it back, and even like ace-7, so, you know, like
Right.
7-8, all of those 7s and the middling pairs are just going to snap check it back.
Right.
It's only the heart combos that are going to pile it in maybe as a bluff.
Right.
So I don't hate the bet. I mean, as you said, it can go either way, and I definitely think the bet is
Yeah, for sure. Either way is probably fine.
pretty reasonable.
Beauty of the game.
Yeah, there's definitely more than 18 ways to skin a cat and play poker, and yeah.
And dress at the poker table too. Apparently.
This is true. This is true. Alrighty, we got an open to 40 from the Scroopener. The Prooper Scooper is raising. Wheels and it on the button. He's done with it. 3-ish more hands. Oh, she's talking to someone else. That is not me.
I think this is Portuguese in the chat. It looks like a little bit like Spanish.
Oh, yeah. And with the last name like Silva, it's
Yeah,
almost certainly.
I think it's Portuguese, but it looks like he's saying that he plays online and looking to play live. I don't know what it says, but it looks.
You know Spanish, but not Portuguese?
I know Spanish, but not Portuguese.
Okay.
It looks like Portuguese. That looks.
The Scooper got 3-bet by somebody other than Bryson, who had a couple of 7s. And Bryson is going to range bet this ace-9-9 flop. Prooper with nut no pair. And in position.
This is.
Yeah, he's not going to float. Tough to float here. You beat none of the value and you block all of the bluffs. So, yep, there you go. Just go ahead and pitch it in. Move right along.
Tough one.
All right, so Bryson will stack a few chippies over there. And Racer Nerd here, his chips are propagating themselves. I like that. That's a good one.
I literally cannot check. If there are so many cards.
Have you ever played poker somewhere other than the United States?
No, I don't believe so.
I played a tournament in Germany.
I wanted to play in Europe.
Yeah.
But didn't get the opportunity to. I was in France 2 summers ago and really wanted to make my way into a casino, but never found the right time or opportunity. But what was your experience?
I played a nightly at some casino in...
Like a tournament?
Yeah, like a nightly tournament at some casino in, I think it was in Berlin. And it was... The rake was astronomical.
Oh.
So it was like a €70 tournament or something, and I had to buy in for like 105 euros, right? Like it was like 50% rake. It was just like obscene, and like when I got to the cage to like register or whatever, they told me how much it was, and I had seen like it posted how much it was. Like it was like 75 euros or whatever. So then when she charged me 105 or something, I was like, wait, I thought it was 75 or whatever, right? She's like, this is how much it is, right? And then I realized that I was just paying a buttload of rake, and I was like, okay, fine, whatever. It just played the tournament anyways. There were like 12 of us, you know. There was like 2 tables, and we got down, and I like bubbled it. It was like silly, but it was fun. And I played a tournament in another country, and good for me. Ace, King, and the ladies going toe-to-toe here.
Yeah, limp, raise.
Yeah. Yeah, so Jeffrey limping, UTG gets raised from somebody in between. AC 3-bets it. Jeffrey goes for the back raise 3x, and AC just piles it in. And Jeffrey, with only 900 effective.
Classic flip, too.
I think he's got to just call this off.
That's the case,
As I say that, he folds, gives up a lot of equity, a lot of chips, and AC gets to take that down, adds $700 to his stack, and doesn't even have to fade an ace or a king.
Yeah, that's nice, taking that one down pre with queens.
Yeah.
Definitely like the taking it down pre with queens, if I may see there.
Oh, yeah, dude,
I'm almost praying for a fold.
Yeah.
Queens.
Absolutely. You know you can barely ever get called by words.
It's like, I want to realize my full equity, and I really don't want you to call, and if you call, I hope we're flipping.
Yeah, for sure. That's always the feeling with queens, or especially jacks. You're like, please fold,
Yeah.
please fold.
Really nice play by AC there, too.
Yeah. Yeah, and when somebody does that limp back raise under the gun, dude, it makes me want to throw up when I have queens. I'm like, oh, God, this guy has like aces or kings every time. But no, people have been mixing enough ace,
Yeah, and if
king
he
in
has
with it.
ace king and you have fold equity by shoving, shoving is really the best play, especially if you're not going to fold queens there.
Yeah. A couple of Steam Dola specials here. We got pocket 8s for the man known as Bryson. And it looks like he's going to get called by 2 players, both of whom control undercards. So let's see if Bryson can find a way to win this one. 76% equity. Oh, there's Gutter for the J-Stack.
Gutter
for J-Stack means he is never out of the woods until all of the cards are out. Bryson is going to C-bet 120.
Each would make a spicy turn. Oh, well, 5-7 is also out, but it would have been a double gutter for J-Stack as well.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
And he's calling. There's a 10 ball on the turn. And Bryson may go into pot control mode. J-Stack is going to check. Yeah, Bryson going to go ahead and check back. No sense in really piling more chips in. If he's got the best hand, he can just get to showdown.
J-Stack with almost the nut low.
Yep. Checky. J-Stack gives up on it. He announces 5 high like a boss. Or just good hand and folds. And either way, Bryson's like, I had a pair? Pair's good. Alrighty, Dave Rivera here says that he played in London. Yeah, I wonder if it's just like just a European thing in general, or if it's particular to the country, the city, the whatever. But like, I feel like they're just so much more used to higher taxes on things there that like it didn't really faze anyone that like the rake on that tournament was so high.
Oh,
right?
really?
They also just didn't have a huge turnout for such a small tournament. So like, yeah, maybe it only just got like the true degens that are just like, I gotta play a tournament. But I do know that like when the big tournaments roll through, right, like the EPTs and stuff like that, like they get really good turnouts. So a lot of people show up for those tournaments. Yini, who Sai is in this one, he hasn't played a hand in a while, and he's got Queen 8 suited in the cutoff. We know that he's got one call from Jeffrey. There it is, 8-10. Sorry, Jack 10 of diamonds. Anderson has folded the 8-6, so he's out of there. And what do you know? We got a flop with a couple of diamonds on it, and J-Stack is in there with an up and down straight draw as well.
Yeah, spicy flop.
And to go with the flush draw comes a pair of 10s for Jeffrey. That is going to give him the best of it, and he will fade all of the other outs his opponents had here on the river. He's going to bet 50 for value with the pair of 10s. And No, this is a check and a bet. J-Stack is going to go ahead and fire it out with the nut low.
Is anybody gonna still play?
Yep.
And
Sai
Sai
calls with Queen High!
is the one who calls with Queen High.
Got him.
The pair of tens folds. Queen High is good. Oh my God, that's fantastic stuff right there. Sai went into.
Well, when you can't win with any other hand, Queen High is the one to get a little hero call in there on the live stream. Good for Sai.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
man.
sometimes the whale finds a squirrel. Blind squirrel finds a nut every once.
Blind whale, fish, donkey, squirrel. There it is. That's.
When you call down with like Queen High or King High or Jack High or something like that, you're expecting to win like 10, 20% of the time, and when that comes in, it's just like, oh, the glory.
Yeah, the glory is real. Wow, that was good stuff. And like when he calls, it blocks his opponent from calling with the better hand.
Yeah.
Like it's just so epic. Oh man. That
Anderson
is good
with
stuff.
the goods, the best hand ever created. American Airlines Pocket Aces.
Ooh, there it is.
Feel free to have a
And just
red
limp into the button.
Yeah, this is quite tricky.
I don't know what he's going to do now, especially with Jeffrey being so short. See, this is why the limp is limp. Yeah.
And
What do
it's
you
a
do
limp
there?
raise and still just calls. Doesn't even go for the back raise. Wow.
I
Okay.
almost like.
Otherwise, I think I'm leaving. I'm not going to sit and wait around for it.
We're still checking. So Anderson has made top set, and he's somehow just. I guess he's just trying to give his opponent all the rope in the world. Oh, Anderson. Does. Oh, he. Wait. Did he?
I think it
back?
went check, bet. It went check, and then Anderson bet on the end, and Jeffrey snapped forward.
Okay. That action on the river happened too quickly for me to keep up with. My little hamster fell off of the wheel on that one. But there we have it.
Here it is. Profit for the night.
I think he made the max there with aces, though. Limping and only getting queen 3 to raise. And,
Yeah. That's true. That is true.
So I guess results-wise, it worked
That
out.
one bomb
There you
bomb
have
I've
it.
been rolling.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Mike Youngblood educating everybody here in the chat on our usual schedule. And Nick from Yuma, of all people, says, I didn't even realize that was the set schedule. That's pretty funny. But, I, Aaron McAvoy, A.A. Ron, am your host each and every Thursday night for the 2-5 match to stack. Lucky enough to have Gordon Granger in here joining me in the booth and not out on the felt tonight. And then, every Monday and Sunday night, your boy Mike Youngblood, Hoops Mike, is in the booth running the show for those broadcasts. We've got the final table of the TCH Austin Step 1 and Step 2 tournaments here on Sundays and Monday for the 5-10 uncapped game as well. Will the Knit is in the mix calling the 3-bet with a couple of 7s. Christian in their king-queen offsuit as the 3-better, and Jeffrey found himself in there as the man in the middle as well. We do not know what he holds.
We're gonna have the track. I didn't go enough when I lived closer to it.
Are we playing?
Ace, 6, deuce, rainbow, jack of diamonds here on the turn, unless Jeffrey has a couple of diamonds. This hasn't really changed much. Christian going to go ahead and bet out now with the gutter. Jeffrey's done with it, Will's done with it, and Christian will win with king high. So we are coming up here on the just about the cusp of the end of the broadcast. Super producer Carolyn will let us know if this is the last hand or if we've got 2 more, 3 more, 15, 18,000 more. The show just never stops. So 2 more hands, this one and 1 more. Let's see if we can get a Jigga straddle going on. We've got a 10 and a 20 out there. Bryson B Money, Bird Whale, none of these nicknames will convince him to put out the $40 straddle, but he will be first to act with 7 deuce, and he'll just fold. No love for the game there. Christian 9 Triz, he's going to let go of it. Anderson, though, in the hijack, going to go ahead and fire out a raise, and Jeffrey will call it. to 75. Jeffrey going to try to get his chips in the middle here at the end of the show, I can feel. So. Ooh, Jacob waking up with the Cowboys, though. Puts in the 3-bet.
Oh!
Yeah, cooler alert. Cooler alert.
EC with the AA against the King Jacob. I
And-
see a lot of money in the future.
Yeah,
Going in
and
the
the
middle.
crazy thing here, and this is why AC is just going to go for this jam. Jacob hasn't 3-bet like hardly at all.
And that sizing, yeah, like you're just coolering a lot of hands.
Yeah,
I like the jam,
yeah.
and I like having aces.
Yes, as you do, as anybody does in this spot. Let's see if they run it once or twice. 2 times is the call. That one's good for aces, no kings boot. Off to our second run out. There's an ace. The king's going to need runner, runner. That ain't going to do it. Toast City for the kings. And there you have it. AC coolering Jacob hard here at the end of the broadcast. 3.7K in the pot. And that's going to catapult AC up to the top of the leaderboard. 5.8K in front of that man right there. Aaron running good. All right. E says that he is 0.2 pounds away from his goal for the weight loss at the moment. So, wow. All right. Just another couple minutes there, and sauna should do it, man.
So I'm gonna put y'all at table 2.
Good
You guys
work,
keep your
dude.
seats.
Getting it down there.
Table
I mean,
3, sorry.
that's when you're like cutting it super close, though. You know, like when you know the weight of the underwear that you're wearing like really determines whether or not you actually hit your goal or not. So good work, man, getting it down there. Hopefully you have no troubles getting the rest of the weight off and are able to get it across the finish line. As we are just about to cross the finish line here, TCH Live Thursday edition. This is the final hand, people. We just had Jacob get stacked, felted, annihilated, crushed, coolered, just absolutely obliterated by AC with the aces. And now we got the Prooper, the Scooper, the one and only. He's going to go ahead and put in
That is a blast off.
a blast. Oh, raise is right. $550 on the $80 straddle. So $550 here from the Prooper. And Will the Knit has 2 8s and 1.3K effective.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
William
never
might
calling.
recognize this as like a tournament kind of player, like playing 20 bigs effective. Might be just ripping this, especially with the obscure raise size. Yeah, right. Might recognize his pairs. Yeah,
Go Will!
Go
Will
Will.
rips
Yeah.
it. Oh, man, this is fantastic. I love this. Okay, Will, for whatever it's worth, I love this play, whether it works for you or not. Oh, no, Christian's got 9s, but I don't think Christian
he
can.
just laughed it off, and it looks like he's going to snap fold it in there.
Yeah.
But
He's like, wait, how much is it? 1.3K? I have 1.3K. Nope, I'm going to show my buddies, my neighbors, my compatriots, and then I'm going to fold it and back over to the Prooper, who's like, oh, God, why did I do this? How much is it?
yeah, he's got a call here.
Yeah, he does. He's already getting 3-1. Yeah, he's getting 4-1.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not a big fan, but then when you actually find out like what you're up against, you're like, dude, sweet.
Yeah, you gotta love this spot once you see the cards. But yeah, you can't really fold here for the price. Yeah. The Prooperly calls.
They're going to run it twice, so let's see. Can Will fade 2 boards? Is it possible? Is it a reality? Is there a universe within which Will the Knit can fade 2 runouts and hold with 8s? He has so far.
Oh.
He has so far.
Oh,
there it
that's
is.
one.
That's
That's
a
always
fade.
good to win the first.
Oh, yeah.
Now you're free rolling.
You're free rolling for half the pot. That is
Spicy.
Still good. Still good for the 8s.
No.
Still good for the 8s. The 8s hold on 2 runouts, and Will the Knit doubles up on the final hand of the evening. Wow, that's fantastic stuff. Made for TV right there. All right, everybody, that's going to do it for us here at Texas Card House. This is your boy AA Ron. super producer Carolyn, Gordon Granger signing off. Thank you guys for joining us, bearing with us through all of the hiccups and tribulations. We hope to see you again here soon. Come on back and join us. You guys have a good night.